Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me Cox all the time. I want Cox all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of Cox on TV.
Ellen Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. Willkommen. What's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. As always, say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Say hi to Mary Santora.
What up?
It's gotten considerably colder out here, hasn't it? Like it was 70, it was like 78 degrees when I left work last night. Now it's not that. You guys are getting tornadoes in New York, yeah?
I haven't seen that. It's not even like raining. What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was like, what?
Aren't you guys
Is this
getting
real?
tornadoes? I mean, you're getting earthquakes. You're not getting tornadoes there in
Yeah,
New York?
yeah.
Right down the street going through Midtown.
That would be insane.
I like all the articles that are written on, climate change and things like that. And they're like, okay, so it's not going to be like the movies. Everybody's waiting for, a wave the size of the Empire State Building to splash through, roll through Manhattan or whatever. Like, it's not going to be like that. It's still pretty intense, but we're not going to see skyscraper-sized tornadoes. Those movies are fun. They were fun before they got a little closer to reality. But those movies, people love disaster movies. When I was a kid, there was a whole rash, and I don't know why, but there was a whole rash when I was a kid of disaster movies. It was a whole genre. So it was the Poseidon Adventure, where people were trying to get off of a sunken ship that had turned upside down. They're trying to shove Shelley Winters through a porthole, whoever the big stars of the day were. There was the Towering Inferno. There was a giant high-rise that was on fire. There was a guy named Irwin Allen who was responsible for producing these kinds of films. He was kind of the guy that was making disaster television and film. And so when I was a kid, he was making Poseidon Adventure and the Towering Inferno, and he was the guy that created Lost in Space and all these TV shows that predated me. But the modern version of those are just whatever Gerard Butler's in these days. I think he's become
Those
kind of
are pretty, yeah.
the main guy for the disaster movies. There was one a couple of years ago. God, where were we? We were traveling somewhere, and I was waiting for Gwen to finish getting ready. And so I'm sitting on the edge of the bed in our hotel room, and I'm clicking around, and there was a movie on called Greenland with Gerard Butler. And Morena Baccarin was the female lead. She's the girlfriend in Deadpool. She's super foxy. She's on Homeland, and, And so this Greenland film is Gerard Butler and her trying to get their kids away from meteors or something. A planet-killing comet, right, is racing toward the Earth, right? So there's nothing anybody can do. It used to be the disaster film. The genre was, how can we avoid this catastrophe? Now they've had to ratchet it up because, obviously, we're not avoiding the catastrophe around the planet, but they've ratcheted the films up so that now you can't avoid it. It's coming. What are you going to do, right? There was Deep Impact back in the day.
Yep, that was a good one.
But
Deep Impact and
Armageddon.
Yeah, two competing meteor films, comet films or whatever.
Dante's Peak.
Dante's Peak.
And Volcano.
Yeah.
Volcano's hilarious. Volcano's a good, bad movie.
Dante's Peak is Pierce Brosnan,
That one's just a fun, adventure movie.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Volcano is Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones in L.A., and there's a scene a guy jumps into the lava, and it's so dramatic, but it's overly funny because they make it too dramatic, and It's very funny.
But these modern disaster films. So anyway, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed in this hotel room, and Greenland is on, and I'm transfixed. I can't stop watching this movie, because I had just written it off as one of these dumb kind of brainless. And maybe it is. I don't know. I mean, it made a little bit of money. They're making a sequel to it. They're making Greenland Migration.
Iceland. Oh.
Greener land.
Greener land. Again, I don't understand if the plot is a planet-destroying comet is racing toward Earth. Where are you going to go? They invariably will try to find some kind of bunker or something like that. The kid in the movie, they always have to have levels of threat. It's not enough to have a planet-destroying comet. I mean, that's the ball game right there, normally under regular circumstances. Hey, there's a comet coming. Nobody's going to live. But that's not even enough for the movie, right? The kid always has to have, he needs insulin. How my kid's running out of insulin. Well, tell him not to worry, because have you heard about that planet-destroying comet that's coming here? Yeah, that's coming. And so insulin is going to be the least of his worries. But his mom and dad trying to find him the insulin. And so, and the guy in the movie is he's always looped in somehow, right? He's a regular guy. He's in the hardware store, but it turns out this guy used to be connected. So he's still getting text messages from shadowy organizations that clue him in. Hey, don't tell anybody other than your family, but get out of town. Why? Well, there's a comet that's going to hit the planet. Well, then why the hell am I getting out of town?
What town am I supposed to go to?
Yeah. Why shouldn't I? Any town I go to is, as I check my map, on the planet. And so where am I going to go? I don't know. You figure it out. There was a really mopey movie some years ago called Melancholia. This is a Lars von Trier movie with Kirsten Dunst. If you want mopey, boy, you get Kirsten Dunst. You just train the camera on her, and it loves her. But the conceit of that movie was that it's going to collide with another planet, or it's going to collide with the moon, or I don't know what it is. Two planets are going to collide, something like that. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. So it's this long, silent, very little dialogue, meandering thing about, what are we going to do? Well, there's nothing we can do. Very more existential dread than things exploding. But again, back to my original point. Listen, one of these days, Mary, you might be sitting there in Midtown in the studios of iHeartRadio New York, and look out. You have a window? You probably don't have a window.
I don't have a window.
No, you're probably on an inside cabin there, aren't you?
When you talk about wanting to be broadcasting from a coffin, I'm like, I feel like this tiny little studio that they have me in is depressing.
To some people it is. Yeah, it never was to me.
Around, everything's gray.
I mean, the first broadcast studio I ever broadcast from, it was literally a closet. It had acoustic foam on the walls. It had a production board on it, microphone, still playing music off carts. So we had the cart decks there. Yeah. And it was tiny, and I loved it.
See, I think this room might be 8 feet across, 8 by 8 maybe.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, and by the, there's usually a couple people here when I get here, but then by the time the show goes on, everybody's gone. Nobody's hanging out. There's no one to talk to. Mm-hmm. And I think about you sometimes where I'm like, I cannot believe that this is Ellen's preference.
Oh, I love it.
It was I miss being in the room with you guys and having somebody around.
Well, I mean, we get used to that too. I mean, but again, the first half of my career, I was a solo show. So it's I was used to that, right? Yeah. Once you get into having other people around, that kind of takes on a different thing. But I love being in the closet, boy. It's great.
Wild.
Because you're by yourself, but you're talking to tens of thousands of people, right?
Sure.
And so it doesn't matter what's going on in the room. Huh?
They're not talking back.
That's the best
There's not
part.
A sense of not being alone.
Who's not alone?
Being alone in this room.
Right.
Right? Just because you're talking, there's no sense of not being alone. I feel like it would drive me literally mad.
Well, it sounds like it would, but I like that.
If it's
I don't need people
me,
talking back.
No way. Because then you're by yourself. You're just talking.
Yeah.
You're does anybody care? Is there any? At least with each other, we have you can.
Yeah, but when it was just me, if I'm doing my thing and people might call, people might whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
Still doing my thing.
That's crazy.
Oh,
good for you though.
Great.
But no, I do not have a window to see when the tornado hits.
All right. Well, then you're gonna,
I'll need you to tell me.
I'll keep my eye on the
Check your weather
yeah,
app.
I'll check the weather app for Midtown Manhattan. Hey, right now it says 0% chance of tornadoes, so I think you're in good shape. So I will try. Listen, I got a lot of other things on my mind here, but I will try my best, my level best, to be your window to the world.
Thank you.
How do you like that?
I appreciate that.
Oh my God! Tornado! Tornado!
That kid is down the hall from you, FYI. So, all right, I got to take a break here. Hey, I'm going to come back and I'm going to give you your first clue because I sent someone out and he's got tickets. Well, I sent Rob out. And he's got tickets for tonight's Cavs game. Game 5, playoff game, Cavs Magic back at the Romo Fijo. Got a handful of tickets I want to give to you. You will have to go find them. So I will give away one pair on the air here later on. But this first handful of tickets for tonight, if you cannot go or you're not sure, I want people who know they can go, right? I don't want to waste a single ticket. So I'll come back. I'll give you that first clue that will hopefully point you to Rob and get yourself those playoff tickets for tonight.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan
hunting, fishing, and conservation, not just to each other, with amazing guests.
You need to get out more. You've spent way too much time in the woods.
Don't let the name fool you. It's so much more than you think. Listen to the Meat Eater podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and search the Meat Eater podcast to start listening.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got money for you coming up here. About 10 minutes from now, 2:30. Listen for that next keyword. Got $1,000 coming to you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, about 30 past every hour on the show. And I got Cavs playoff tickets for you for tonight, too. I sent Rob out with some tickets, and we did this last time. Hopefully you'll bring good luck to the team. They need it. They really need to win tonight. It is an 8 o'clock tip-off at the Romo Fijo. Magic in town against Cavaliers. And I will give you one clue for this segment and the next two segments. I'll have 3 clues for you. And if you can find Rob, last time we sent people to the zoo. I'm not sending people back to the zoo. Your first clue is plasma ball. So good luck. That'll be your first clue.
Plasma ball?
Ball, Mary. Ball. As in fun. As in of confusion. As in Cinderella left the ball and her shoe didn't fit. That's how Cinderella goes, right? Her shoe didn't fit.
Yep.
See, I was thinking like a plasma testicle, and I was like, Cleveland Clinic.
Plasma testicle.
Like they're making new balls.
Yeah, like
made
to
out
eat
of
that
plasma.
ball.
Plasma ball.
You sent me that cheese ball guy, and
Oh,
I don't quite understand it.
The guy in New York who
yeah.
ate all the cheese balls? He posted a picture on a telephone pole, and it just said, come watch me eat cheese balls this Saturday at whatever park.
3 o'clock in
Union Park, yeah.
Yeah, and a ton of people showed up because the picture went viral on the internet. So all these people came and watched
Is that what it was? Because, see,
Yeah.
I never think these things are organic anymore. I always think that, like, a day later, they're going to be like, the cheese ball guy has a new show on Netflix. And, you know, and you're, like, just unwittingly part of the footage for their show. So, well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that, you know, he gathered a lot of people around.
It was so many people. There's hundreds of people for that. And
he basically like Mary said, he taped flyers to all the utility poles that had a QR code on it. Come watch me eat cheese balls.
This whole jar of cheese balls.
Yeah, he talks like a South Park character. I'm not sure why, but he's out there letting people. It says only in New York would hundreds of people gather to watch an anonymous man eat an entire jar of cheese balls. And they're in Union Square Park, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people there. And
I'm allergic to gluten. And today I will be eating this entire jar.
he's got an orange mask on, and he's talking through a vuvuzela.
I think it's great. I think it's hilarious.
This is how the internet should be used.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Like hundreds of people getting together to celebrate something stupid and silly is great.
You're just looking for an escape every day here.
So he's standing on a stool, and there's I'm in pain. What, cheese balls? There's no cheese in cheese balls. It's the gluten thing for this guy, right? Is what he's saying? Yeah.
Wow, she gave you help.
Free help. Lady's wearing a sandwich board. It says free help. I thought there'd be people screaming like Free Palestine or something somewhere through this.
No,
Really?
that's why it's so great. It's just so stupid and silly.
Yeah.
Cheese ball man.
Cheese ball man. Yeah. Well, let's skip to the end here. He's done and excited. And everybody's happy for him. Yeah. He ate the whole thing, I think. He puts the last ball in his mouth. Anyway, the cheese ball man there. Mary wasn't there for that. This was on Saturday.
Her car, she was too busy getting her car towed.
Yeah.
I was too busy trying to live a normal person life.
The ride out of impound.
Getting my car impounded. No, but that's great. I love that so much.
No, I ran across that last night, and I was like, This is fun. This is just fun.
Have they?
It's nice to see fun things like that.
Yeah.
Have they revealed his identity or anything?
No, and I don't want to
that.
know. I don't think anybody wants to know.
Okay.
I think it's better if he stays anonymous and it becomes a yearly thing when we never know who he is, and it's just silly goodness.
At the end of it, he says same time next year or something, or let's do this next year.
Yep.
Yeah, the cheese ball man.
I like the things that I'm into on the internet right now. There's a account where they just play putt-putt. It's just a bunch of friends that play putt-putt against each other, but they take it real serious, and they just edit the videos, and they're 30 seconds, 40 seconds of them taking their turn on each of these putt-putt holes, and I love it. I love it. It's called Twin Tour Golf, and they just do all these dumb putt-putt tournaments.
It's a silly contest.
Yeah, and
Yes.
it's great.
That's fun.
That's what the internet is for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you need information.
Yeah.
Public crisis, whatever. But I feel like this is my favorite type of internet. I want to see people go off in the comments about the most mundane things.
Well, it's old school internet.
Yes.
It's very much like like 96, 97, 1998 internet.
Yeah.
But it's the technology's so much better now, so you can do, sillier things than people have done back in those days.
Right.
With like better production value and
Sure.
just.
I mean,
but
he
also, I don't
could've-
need a ton of production value. Just make it so I can follow along.
They like it raw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People could have been eating cheese balls in the middle of New York in 1996.
They probably were.
They weren't getting hundreds of people to come watch them.
They might have been. You heard it through the cheese ball vine.
Mm-hmm.
So-and-so's going to be eating the whole jar.
Wish we had cheese balls.
Yeah. I like the twists.
The cheese twists.
What is it? Dandies? D-A-N-D-E-E?
Oh, I don't know. That sounds old
That's
school.
the brand.
Yeah. Dandies.
Cheese twists. Every baby, I don't know if this is babies across the board, but every baby in my family has always had just fistfuls of those cheese twists.
Yeah, that feels like a Santora family thing.
Because they're like soft. So you don't have to worry about them choking on it because they dissolve as soon as they get into your mouth.
Dan D cheddar cheese corn twisters.
They're so good.
Get them at a Walmart.
And they're like literally like almost a little bit stronger than cotton candy.
I was going to say, they're just, in quotation marks in the bag, it says, the original. Is that them taking a shot at Cheetos? They were making corn twisties before Cheetos came around?
I don't know about that.
Oh. Melt away. It says melt away flavor. Melt away isn't a flavor.
You literally put it in your tongue and it starts to melt. They're so soft.
Yeah.
But you can eat 100 of them.
So
yeah, I
a
would
kid
eat
won't
an entire
choke
bag
on
of
them.
those. No.
Yeah.
So you give them to like toddlers who are learning how to, eat with their hands, babies. Every baby in my family.
Oh, is that what toddler is?
Yeah. Every baby in my family has always had a bright orange face and fingers. From
I'll
those
tell you my
cheese
favorite
twists.
recent piece of mundane content, and it turned out to be local. They put poor Kenny Crumpton on the Media Day Top Thrill Dragster.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
This poor son of a bitch. I don't know how long they're going to make Kenny keep kicking it with people. I mean, they put him in the front car. They had big Media Day there at Cedar Point. We talked about the fact that they blocked the Sandusky Register because they'd been they'd been a little critical of Cedar Point. But, Fox 8, they always send Kenny Crumpton out, and he's a nice guy. He couldn't be nicer. And they strap him to this thing, and you can tell he doesn't want to be in it. I mean, but he's making the best of it, but he is trying to keep it together, boy, because it shoots you forward, and then you almost go up that first part, but then it shoots you backward, right?
I don't like that.
And
I
so
like going backwards.
You go backward really fast to kind of get that momentum or whatever, and then they shoot you forward again. And it's not obviously moving of its own momentum, but I mean, they kind of want to get you. And so, boy, somebody should give that guy a local Emmy just for not hurling expletives into the air, because you know that he really wanted to. He really wanted to. And watching people when they have a camera right in their face when they're on a roller coaster, and they kind of don't want to be. We've all seen the ones where they have the camera on people's faces on those bungee rides. And like some, dude will go with his girlfriend and the guy will pass out because you're taking a lot of G's on those things.
Go wobbling around.
Sometimes that happens, yes.
Sometimes.
But it's when the guys pass out or somebody passes out. Because then they come to right away and they're still bouncing up and down in the air and they're still terrified. You ain't going to get me on one of those. No thanks.
I was watching a video the other day. It was part of like a compilation where it was like some kind of an amusement park in Asia somewhere, and the bungee ride broke. So it was one of the ones where you lay down and it swings you. And so like 2 people were still swinging, but one lady was like hanging by her foot.
Whoa.
And like her head was dangling, and it was terrifying. And I was like, they can't stop it. Like if anybody were to try to go over to like grab it, they would get hurt. Or like bang into her and break her skull off. It was scary.
Did you see the one where it was people on the swings and they were just like bumping off of this other structure? I think it was AI. I think it was like computer generated, but it was like the swings were slowing down. And as they're slowing down, they had set it up so that it was just like hitting off of this other fence or something.
Swings at a park?
Like it's like the
playground?
No, it was like the swings on a carnival ride that like spin around and you go like almost sideways.
Oh, yeah.
The
centrifugal force or whatever pushes you outward and Alan, we called those Dan D cheddar twists ghetto shrimp. Why? I don't understand that. Ghetto shrimp.
Like actual shrimp or the S word for poop?
Sorry, actual shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's
I don't understand that. Yeah, that seems weird.
There's always a bag of those at my relative's house. I've never been into a Santora household that didn't have
Really?
Yeah.
I've never had those before.
They're really good.
Dandy corn twisters.
I'm sure Alan would love them.
You're going to hate it.
I mean, I like Cheetos.
It's not crunchy. Do you like soft Cheetos?
Oh, like the puffs?
Yeah.
No.
Then you're not going to like these.
Oh, okay.
They're not crunchy.
Yeah, they're almost squishy.
I got $1,000 for you. Another one of these keywords as promised, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. So I hope you win. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of which, I saw they're going to do upper deck golf at Progressive Field.
Yeah, they've done that a couple times.
That's where you just shoot balls out in the outfield? Is that all it is?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Is that fun?
I guess, for people who golf, for people who want to drive balls. You know, because even people who don't golf, they'll be like, oh, sometimes let's go to the driving range and hit some balls. I don't know why you do that if you weren't a golfer, but it's like, that sounds like fun. You know, we were all going to go to Topgolf the day everything shut down for COVID 4 years ago. But I would have embarrassed myself. Like, I'm not going to be able to make contact. I'm sure it would be really fun. I mean, going to a range like that is probably a blast. But I'm never going to.
Have you never gone to a driving range?
No.
You've never. You've never been to just a regular, like they're usually attached to a putt-putt course, putt-putt driving
No,
range.
I always went into, I like the batting cages. But the driving range, I'm not going to make contact with the ball.
Yes, you are.
I won't. How? I don't golf.
How would you not? It's
this big, long, thin
eyes,
thing.
Right?
But for the split second that the club is going to be near the ball.
It's the same as hitting a ball with a baseball bat just off the ground.
No, because your eye line is straight ahead. You're not.
You look at the ball. You keep your neck.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Whoa.
I don't know what that was.
You keep your neck down with your club, and then you don't take your eye off the ball.
Listen, you're clearly right because people golf, and it's very popular, and they do it all the time. I'm just telling you, I have tried to hit a golf ball, not at a driving range. I have tried to hit a golf ball on a number of occasions. Can't do it.
Because you take your head off of it? Because you, go to swing and then look out into the field?
Why would I look out into the field if I'm trying to make contact?
You.
No. My head's down.
Where does it go wrong? Where does it go wrong?
That's a good question.
The backswing?
I don't
you
know.
Lose it?
I don't know.
This is psychotic.
Club goes back. I mean, again, people do it, so it can be done quite professionally and quite well. But for me, I can't figure that out. Now, I haven't done it for a while. I might go out there now and kill it, but that was never like a thing that, because nobody in my family played golf. I think my dad played golf for a cup of coffee when I was a kid, but it was because
my dad golfed.
Guys he worked with were golfing, and then he was just like, ugh, this sucks.
There's the Dairy Queen in Berea all the way up Bagley Road, basically to Olmsted Falls. The Dairy Queen there has a driving range and a putt-putt course. And that was something we would regularly do where, back in my dad was still living with us. So this would have been the 90s, early 2000s. a bucket of balls. Like you would get a giant bucket of like 50 golf balls or 100 golf balls for like $20.
He was playing a public course?
No, it's just a driving
this
range.
Is a driving range
I
at
see.
The Dairy Queen in Berea. They
Yeah.
had a driving range
I
and a
see.
putt-putt course.
I see.
So he would take all of us, and we would get like 3 bucket of balls, and we would all just go to the driving range for however long it would take,
Yeah.
2 hours or whatever. So that's like a $40 day to entertain your kids for a couple hours. But we were at the driving range constantly. That was probably...
I would think you and your siblings have burned through those balls pretty fast.
Well, he would tell us, like, guys, this is all
your
that we're
time,
getting.
yeah.
So everybody chill out. We're going to go. We would
your
get
time.
one bay, and you'd go one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So there'd be 5 of us rotating through one bay or 2 bays.
So it's a cheap date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's silly. You get competitive with it or make bets or whatever. But my dad was a big golfer, so that was something we did.
Would your dad send you out to gather more balls so you guys could go longer?
No, you
and then
can't
make-
do that. You get thrown out.
Hey, run out there and
Mary, I bet you can't run out there and get 8 or 9 balls for your dad.
No.
Well, maybe I'll try it again. I don't know. But they're
that hard.
booking tee times for Upper Deck Golf at Progressive Field. It's going to happen Friday, September 6th through Sunday, September 8th. So that weekend.
The
it'll
things you're
happen.
bad at surprise me sometimes.
How so?
Because it's things that I don't think anybody should be bad at.
Like?
Hitting a golf ball.
Okay.
You know? I mean, if you can hit
Well, what
a
else?
baseball.
That's the most recent thing we've talked about.
You
but I mean-
say going to a batting cage. I feel like hitting a ball that's coming at you and having to time it out with a swing is way harder than hitting a ball that is stationary.
You could absolutely be right. I'm just saying that the golf thing I could never connect with a golf ball. A bat is bigger, right? There's more surface area on a bat than there is. A baseball is bigger. And so you have two things that have more
at you.
But you have two things that have more surface area, more likely to connect. Now, I'm not hitting them out of the park. A lot of times you're, swinging strikes, but a thin golf club and a tiny ball, that was not.
You're not hitting it with
you're using a driver.
You're using a
it's
driver.
like the size of a softball.
But you still have to get that head to connect with the ball.
Yes, and it's not
that
hard to do.
Well, again, I haven't done it in a while. Maybe I'll get out there and knock them out of the park. But back in the day, it wasn't something that my brain, I didn't make that connection.
Rob said we got our winners already.
Already?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Good job, everybody.
He got all the winners?
That's what he said, right?
He said.
For the Cavs playoff tickets?
Got our winners, yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
So where was it?
Well, the Science Center.
Yeah.
I guess maybe plasma ball was too easy. I don't know. I thought maybe I should have.
Well, the only thing that threw me off when you said plasma ball, but you said ball like a gown and stuff, I'm like.
Plasma ball.
Yeah.
Was
I
all
would
I
have
said.
never guessed.
Yeah.
Why? Is there plasma at the Great Lakes Science Center?
They have a
the,
plasma ball. It's
yeah.
the thing you put your fingertips on, and it makes. It could be a Spencer Gifts. I could have been sending people to Spencer Gifts.
Oh, we only had two
You didn't
pairs this
send
time,
them to
so that's why.
1997.
Well, yeah.
Kind of did. You ever been to the Science Center?
I was gonna lead with
Science Center's
I was gonna
cool.
lead with Thomas Dolby, but I figured
Yeah.
that would have been way too much of a giveaway.
I wouldn't have gotten either of those.
Well, I know you wouldn't have, but I'm assuming that some other people would have.
That's enough.
No, how? You just told me.
No, you said it like I know you are dumb and don't.
I didn't say
wouldn't have
that. You
ever
said
gotten
I
it.
wouldn't get it, and I
you
said
can hit a
I know
golf
you
ball.
won't.
He said I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't have. That's how he
Right,
said it.
which you just said. You said I wouldn't have gotten it. I said
It
I
was
know
the
you
tone.
wouldn't.
It was the tone.
Oh my God.
I know you
tone.
wouldn't have.
I'm just repeating what she said.
No,
I'm
no, no,
agreeing
no.
with her.
Because I said I
She's
would've
mad
never
because I'm
gotten that.
agreeing with her.
I'm mad at the way you said you. 'Cause
I said I know you wouldn't.
You said I know you wouldn't have because you.
Because you don't know who Thomas Dolby is.
He's the guy who invented the jukebox. So suck it.
Because you were born in 1993.
98. That's what 89.
And Thomas Dolby's from the 80s. So I'm agreeing with you. Why are you mad at me agreeing with you?
I don't know, Alan.
I don't either.
Because you're not.
God. Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up, Alan? How you doing?
I'm getting chastised for being a cool guy. I don't know.
I see. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you. Bill.
I had to weigh in on the golf ball thing. I'm with you, man. I'm 100%. I can hit an 80-mile-an-hour fastball, man. I cannot hit a golf ball. All my friends say, yeah, you can. You can do it. It's easy. Man, I failed 3 times. Will never, ever go again.
I wonder why.
You took 3 swings and gave up?
I wonder why that is.
No, not 3 swings. I went to driving ranges 3 different times.
And you couldn't hit the ball at all?
I took chunks out of the ground. The ball went to the right.
Yeah.
I broke a couple clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys suck.
Well, we do. That's what we're saying. We suck at hitting golf balls. I listen, it looks like a lot of fun when dudes just wail those golf balls out there. Then you got to go follow it, but whatever. But I don't feel like I'm missing anything by not playing golf. But
me neither.
But it would be cool to like really knock one out there. But I'd rather smack a baseball any day of the week than hit a golf ball. But yeah, I do. I suck at hitting. I don't know why. We should get out there, Bill, and try it a 4th time.
You should and film
I'm
it.
down. I'm down. I'll go. Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
All right. Thank you, Bill. There's Bill, who also cannot hit a golf ball. Like I said, I haven't tried in a while, so maybe.
When we were at Brew Kettle for the release of the Buzzard Brew around Christmas time, you didn't take a whack at that simulator?
Nope.
Huh.
And they kept wanting me to. I go, nope, because I'm going to embarrass myself.
Because we were like golfing, we were throwing footballs, we were doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm not here to entertain people by everybody pointing and laughing. I'm here to show up and be a cool guy and drink some beer. But no. So, maybe I'll do this thing at Progressive Field this fall. Maybe I'll go do that. Do the Upper Deck Golf. upperdeckgolfing.com/Progressive Field for people who want to get in on that. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Kathy Griffin going to be back on the show a little bit later on. She is doing the Agora a week from Saturday, May the 11th. She's got her Life on the PTSD List tour. And what else? Well, I have Opeth tickets for you. Want to go see those guys? The second night of the new tour is going to bring them to Cleveland. So if you dig Swedish prog metal, I'll get you a couple of tickets coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
What's better than a Tuesday? Well, pretty much everything. But now KFC has $10 Tuesdays, which means you can get 8 hot, juicy drums and thighs for just $10. Son of a bucket, that's a good deal. It's also a pretty simple one, so we've got time to repeat it again. $10, 8 drums and thighs from Kentucky Fried Chicken on Tuesdays. It's $10 every Tuesday at KFC. $10 Tuesdays. Okay, I think you get it. It's finger licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Our daughter Jessie loves Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for some brunch? Blue Heron Brewery in Medina, just off 71 South and 18, has brunch Saturdays and Sundays from 11 to 2. When you go, you got to get yourself a Hail Mary with local Medina vodka, Voodoo. These Hail Marys have a whole meal on top. Reserve your spot now at BlueHeronMedina.com.
Hey, it's Alan for
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
All right.
There?
There, we got
we
everything
go.
back. All right.
Hey, exciting. I was supposed to give away tickets there, too. So if you want to go see Opeth, call Connor, and he'll give you tickets. Be caller 10. All right? Connor on the phones. Opeth is doing October 12th at the Agora. So if you like Swedish prog metal, Connor will take caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And we'll hand those off. I assume that we are airing the Cavs game tonight. I think the Guardians game will be on WTAM. I think what's up?
That was fast.
Yeah. Rob just got back, giving away all the tickets. I guess the one clue was all they needed, right? Yeah.
Guys came screaming into the parking lot.
Oh, really?
Like, we want to watch the Cavs blow this.
Good chance at it, I think.
Uh-huh.
We want to see the last game that JB Bickerstaff coaches in Cleveland.
Oh. Is it, we just had 2 pair this time? Is that what?
Yeah, and then the third on the air.
Yeah, I'll give the third one away probably a little bit before Kathy Griffin calls, but yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, they got out there
great.
and yeah. Is it still raining out there?
No.
Oh,
it's
okay.
Beautiful.
All right.
I didn't even have to break out the umbrella. They just saw me sitting there and, are you Rob?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rob had an iHeartMedia parasol with him. He just stood out there twirling it like Mary Poppins. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I just had to reset the whole board, so
I heard.
So we're up and running.
It was great radio. You're going to love it.
It was fantastic.
That's my favorite stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Inside baseball, nothing's working, dead air. Every programmer.
Are we good now on everything?
Loves that.
Yeah, I think so. We're airing the Cavs tonight, right? TAM has the Guardians?
We have the Guardians. They have the Cavs.
Oh, they have the Cavs. We have the Guardians. I never know how that breaks out. Okay, well then Cavs basketball is on TAM tonight.
Yep.
And we have the Guardians in Houston at 8:10.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Great job.
Miss you, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Mary said bye.
Mary said bye.
Mary says she hates you and she thinks you smell and she thinks you have a fat butt and that you poop your pants too much.
All things that are true.
Yeah.
Too much. You know, if you could just start to poop your pants just the right amount, that would be good. Gesundheit.
Unbelievable.
All right, so Guardians baseball on WMMS tonight and Cavs basketball, 8 o'clock. On WTAM 1100. We want to see the Cavs blow it. Oh, boy. Well, we'll see what happens, right?
Would you say this is a must-win game?
Well, Brian Regan, you know?
Brian Regan.
Yeah.
Great bit.
Yep. I might have that somewhere.
You've played it on here before.
Yeah.
And he's like, no. Actually, we could lose tomorrow, too. It's such a great, I love that bit so much.
Brian Regan must win. Yeah. Yeah, well, it is for them, right? I mean.
No, it's not.
Well, it's
not
not. No, but
technically, no.
What I'm saying, though, is that if
it would be
nice.
in their best interest to win tonight. The odds are in their favor if they win tonight to win the series, but if they don't win tonight, they still have 2 more chances.
Yeah.
I love whenever there's a best of 7 series because then I get to hear my favorite sports reporter question. Would you consider this a must-win game? You know, they always feel like they have to say yes. Yeah, we want to win it. It's very important, you know. Got our uniforms on anyway, might as well try. But it's not always the right answer, man. It's a math question. I wish I would answer that question honestly. It's a best of 7. You're down 1 game to nothing. Would you consider this a must-win game? No. No, we can lose tonight. We can lose tomorrow night, too. We don't want to, but that wasn't your question. You asked if it was a must-win game, and if you'd ever taken a rudimentary math class, you'd already know the magic number's 3. When you're down 3, then you must win them or you're out.
That's when he was on Letterman. Have you run into Brian Regan in New York?
No, he lives in Vegas.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he'd come through or if he's, you know.
Yeah, when he comes through, he does
theaters.
Yeah, he does Radio City Music Hall, and then bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
no, he hasn't been here. Not that I know of since I've been here.
A lot of people texting 35192 commenting on how Bill's hair looks foxy.
I texted him as soon as he booted up the Zoom, and I said, your hair looks so much better. Because we just talked about this last week.
Mary's on record as not liking long hair.
No, I do not like long hair on guys. And I texted him as soon as he pulled up the Zoom, and I was like, you killed it.
I thought you were growing it out.
I was, but then it kept getting in my face when I was sleeping and waking me up. And
Well,
I
that's
didn't
what
like
long hair
that.
does.
And then just like it would get in like my ears. And like I'm too sensitive about things touching my face. I was like, all right, I'm driving myself crazy with this hair. Like I liked it when it was coiffed properly, but it's a lot more work than I was
prepared to
willing
undertake
to deal with anymore. So I was just like, yeah, and then like the one day when it was 71 degrees and I went outside for a walk and I just was pouring sweat. I'm like, all right, this hair's it's not for me. So
well, Mary approves.
I had it, that's the longest I've ever had my hair, and that's the longest it'll ever be. Yeah, I think I got it out of my system.
Yeah, I don't think not a fan of long hair. There's some people. Okay, Jason Momoa, sure, yes, he looks great with long hair. When he cuts it short and it's like shaved up on the sides, even better.
Really? Yes. I don't know that I've ever seen him with short hair.
I feel like he was in some movie. Short hair, Jason Momoa. I feel like I've seen him.
He's always had it long. Like he has done the thing where he'll like
long.
Like
okay,
shave
so
the
he's
sides.
had it like shaggier a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He's one
but
of the
he's
only
also one
like,
of those guys that you could give him the worst haircut in the world and be like, it actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, because he's a
he's
good-looking
had,
dude and he's shredded and.
Yeah, he shaved his head for some kind of cancer or something not that long ago. When was this? 2022. He shaved his head for a cause.
Benefit for the some kind of cancer society. Jason Momoa with short hair.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right. Well, you're on record.
I am on record.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, gang. I was listening to yesterday's podcast and Mary's saga about her car, and all I could think of was Night at the Roxbury and the plant lamp store. Cracking me up. But also, santoratoes.com, free plug, but also TOWS, Mary. Love you all.
What is the plant lamp store? I never saw Night at the Roxbury. What is
I watched that movie when it came out. I don't remember it at all.
Oh, okay.
So nobody knows what he's talking about.
Some people do, just not us.
Yeah.
Night at the Roxbury and the plant lamp store. All right.
No idea.
Anybody watch the YouTube dude who he almost paralyzed himself because he was on one of these, let me find it. He was on some motorized paraglider. A guy named Anthony Vella almost died. And I'd love to show you the video because it's pretty intense, but it's also full of expletives. So I'm just going to play the edited audio. He was going about 50 miles per hour when something went wrong, and he basically just fell 85 feet down. And he had to yell at Siri to call 911 on his phone. He had he fractured his neck, his back, his pelvis, and he broke his arm.
How many likes did he get?
Well, that's the real question, isn't it?
How many views?
Yeah, when you're probably a lot,
Yeah.
but he's not going to be able to create any new content until all of his surgeries are over.
This one should hold him for a while, though.
I guess so. So it's pretty intense. I mean, if you get a chance to watch the video, you should. A guy named Anthony Vella. I don't know what his channel is, but he was really excited at the beginning. But then, of course, when you fall straight down to the ground, when things go wrong, that's less fun.
Oh, man. 48 miles per hour. Come on, baby. Oh. Hey, Siri, call 911. Hey, Siri, call 911. Call 911. Emergency.
Calling Domino's. Calling Domino's. I wonder if this can't be a married guy, right? This ain't no married guy. Unless he's making a ton of money off of YouTube.
Help! Did he crash yet?
911 emergency.
Help me, please. Wait for the crash. It gets even worse. Oh.
That's so much pain.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Well, you just don't know what you're going to say when you're in agonizing pain, right? I crashed my flying machine. And 911, they couldn't care less. They're like, what's your emergency? I crashed my flying machine.
And she's like, this guy's high. You know
Or
what I
from
mean?
the 1800s.
Right, yeah.
Is this Jules Verne? Who is this?
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Okay, where are you at? So, do you know where you're at?
I'm in Enchanted Hills. I'm in the desert. Oh,
Okay, what was it that you crashed?
a paramotor.
Let me get you transferred real quick. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, please.
Do not hang up.
Do not hang up. Oh, don't worry, I won't.
Oh,
He's gotten 399,000 views.
that's it?
It's
I was
over-
going to say,
it's
probably
over 400,000 now.
Probably
Like,
not I mean,
it's
it'll
getting
climb.
there,
It'll
yeah.
climb as word gets around. But, yeah, that's pretty intense.
I don't like that.
Traveling at 50 miles per hour, flipped over. Something went wrong, and he crashed in the Texas desert. He's 33.
It's giving me chills, man. I don't like that at all.
I crashed my flying machine.
Would you try it? Would you
I
try one of
couldn't
those
help
flying
but laugh.
machines, Mary?
I would, yeah. Even after seeing this. I
Even
would
after
try
seeing
that.
this, you'd be like, yeah, let's give it a shot.
I like adrenaline rushes.
No way.
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Okay, where are you at? So, do you know where you're at?
I'm in Enchanted Hills. I'm in the desert. Oh,
Kitty Hawk, you stupid.
Okay, what was it that you crashed?
Don't you know
a
history?
paramoter.
Let me get you transferred real quick. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, please.
Do not hang up.
Having an overdose of so is my wife.
Overdose of what?
Marijuana. But I don't know if it had something in it. Can you please send rescue?
Do you guys have fever or anything?
No, I think we're dying.
Okay, how much did you guys have?
I don't know. We made brownies, and I think we're dead. Time is going by really, 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 really slow.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you got that audio of when Mary crashed her flying machine?
I sure do, yeah. Oh, she got so hurt. Remember how she was gone for so long?
I'm learning how to massage the...
Whoop, wrong. Nope.
That ain't it.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yep. She fractured her neck, her back.
My neck and my back.
Yeah, and her crack. Oh, well, that guy, he's going to be just fine after a long series of painful surgeries, and I'm sure some physical therapy will be involved in there, too.
How'd you make that connection, Einstein?
Yeah. Anthony Vella. Yeah, it's on YouTube, on his channel. Oh, what did he call it? Paramotor crash almost ended my life. Posted it 3 days ago. So he's getting about 100,000 views a day on average. And he is in really, really bad shape. In fact, they've got a GoFundMe going for him. So I guess the YouTube channel's not exactly killing it, but he's already had 4 surgeries. Posted the crash video. Oh, this guy is married. He's got 4 children.
Oh,
I don't know, man. You can do what you want to do. You got to live your life. They're trying to hit their $50,000 goal. They raised about $31,000 for his GoFundMe. But I don't know, man. His kids, I mean, there's 4 of them. The oldest looks like he's about 6, maybe. He got a baby in his arms. So I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy. This is probably the first most people are going to hear about this dude. So maybe he was killing it before this. But, boy, you got to think, it reminds me of that old Chappelle bit, like when you get really hurt, what you tell the 911 operator, you know? Like you crapped your pants or you got so scared you peed yourself or whatever. You never know what you would say. Have you ever had to call 911, either of you?
No.
Never called 911, right?
Not for myself. I've called it. I was driving somewhere in the winter, really bad snowstorm, and I saw a car like spin out and go into a ditch.
Right.
I called on 911 on that. There was one time, all of these have happened while I was driving. There was another time I was driving, and there was a car going the wrong way on the highway.
Yep.
And like I saw the lights coming at me from an off ramp. And so I pulled off to the side and called 911 immediately. I was like, yo, there's some, I don't know if they're drunk or what, but this person's going the wrong way on the highway. But I've never had to do it in like a crisis.
And then the person on the phone said, ma'am, you're the one going the wrong way. Oh. She had a real planes, trains, and automobiles situation on her hands.
Roman, who makes us coasters from time to time, said that his brother has a paramotor and crashed it last year and shattered his spine and broke an ankle. And it took him months to be able to walk again.
What's the appeal of these? They don't, I mean, if multiple people can't keep them in the air for very long, what, are you trying to be the first guy to do it and not kill himself? Or a motorized paraglider? In the business, we call them flying machines.
Flying machine.
I crashed my flying machine.
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
So, yeah, he's if you feel so compelled to contribute to Anthony Vella's GoFundMe, you can find that. I'm going to take a break. I will have more money for you. It's what you can go fund yourself, as we used to say. It's $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. That next keyword coming up at 3:30. I will have Aerosmith tickets for you. When you go to the One Last Time in Cleveland, they are on the farewell tour. They'll play the Romo Fijo with the Black Crowes end of September, and I'll hand those off when we return.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Still can't completely rule out a stray shower for your Tuesday. Otherwise, we'll see clouds gradually clearing to mostly sunny skies with highs in the upper 60s. Mainly clear tonight with overnight lows around 50. Your Wednesday, a few high clouds, otherwise sunny skies with highs in the 70s.
This report is sponsored by Aer Lingus. Your next holiday just got bigger and better with new Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop to Dublin from Cleveland and explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe. From beaches to big cities, you can have it all. Get great fares now at airlingus.com.
Hey, it's Alan talking to Nick Higgins with Window Nation. And Nick, windows aren't the thing that in front of your mind all the time, but it's an important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Frankly, it's not a sexy project. You're not going out buying a Corvette, but it's one of those necessary things in life that are good for both the pocketbook and the comfortability of the house. So, I mean, it's not just having new windows in there, it's having the right product in there. So it starts with the process. We send a professional exterior design consultant to your home. They can go over all the different options with you to help match not only what you're looking for from an energy standpoint, but something that's going to aesthetically match your home. So in order to do this and do it right, we need to make it affordable for folks to get what they need. For every 2 windows you buy, we give you 2 for free as well. You're also going to get 2 years with no interest, no minimum payment, and you don't even need to make a down payment. So you could get your windows put in 2024 and not have to pay for them until 2026.
You can go to windownation.com or call 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley.
part of their lore right here in Cleveland. So Aerosmith and the Black Crowes at the Romo Fijo, Sunday night, September the 29th. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com has the ticket info. If you're caller 10, I'll get you this pair. Good luck. See you one last time. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I always think of these as the new Aerosmith songs, but they're like 25 years old. Yeah, Jaded is from 2001. Because then they just started putting out like greatest hits compilations, and I don't know the last new. I like Aerosmith, but I don't know the last new album they put out. But these are pretty good. I mean, these guys, just
right,
when they were in their full-on radio hit portion of their Music from Another Dimension was their last album of new material.
What year was that?
2012.
Okay.
Yeah. And it had been 11 years since, this was 11 years before. Yeah, so anyway, Aerosmith, I'll have those tickets for you about this time tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Friday, Bill's going to be in Nashville, live from iHeart there. I think Mary's out.
Yeah, I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Be the Alan and Bill show on Thursday and Friday. Mm-hmm. Maybe Gwen. Maybe somebody else.
Maybe Gwen. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we can get some ladies to agree to talk with us.
Well, with our new haircuts, I'm sure that they'll be more than willing to come and. Except you won't be here.
Yeah, but I mean, they'll still get to hear me.
They'll get to hear you.
Makes them so happy.
Mm-hmm. I guess that it does. The Guardians are on MMS tonight. Game 5 of the Cavs over on WTAM 1100. And they're both starting around the same time. 8:10 is the first pitch. The Guardians are in Houston to play the Astros, who so far are not a great ball team this season. They're having a bit of a hard time. But the Guardians are still doing really well. So that'll be tonight, 8:10. And you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll finish that series in Houston, and they'll come back home for a bit. They'll host the Angels. They'll host the Tigers. And then they'll go to Chicago to play the godforsaken Chicago White Sox. Everybody's breaking my balls over the White Sox, and I have to remind them, I don't play for the team.
Since when?
I am since 2006. I am merely a fan. I believe in fandom, win or lose. Obviously, I'm not spending my money on the team. I'm a fan from afar. I'd probably feel differently if I was a season ticket holder. But it's really depressing when they'll show pictures, because I'll follow all these teams on social media, right? It's really depressing when they'll have pictures from last night's game. The ballpark is virtually empty. A regular game night, they're like, hey, who's in town, whatever. There's like a few hundred people at these games. Because A, it ain't a great neighborhood. B, you got to haul ass to get there. And it just looks like a neighborhood ne'er-do-wells who are hanging out watching White Sox games. But here at home, the Cleveland Guardians are killing it. They ain't no 6-23. They're it hurts just to say it. They are a legitimate baseball club, baseball team. There is something that is many, many years old called the Streisand effect. You familiar with the Streisand effect? This goes back to in the earlier days of the internet when there's an unflattering photo or a story or something like that of Barbara Streisand, and she wanted it removed from the internet. And the Streisand effect basically refers to the phenomenon where anybody who publicly wants something pulled from the internet just makes people want it more. you're not going to pull, there's more sophisticated ways to do that now. But back then, she was being a diva. And it's basically just, in your efforts to hide something, it's going to make it worse. Whatever the unintended consequences of that are. And removed from the Streisand effect, people are coming at her again because of a comment she left on Melissa McCarthy's Instagram page. Melissa McCarthy is in the new Jerry Seinfeld movie on the creation of the Pop-Tart. He's doing a bunch. He turned 70 yesterday. He's doing all kinds of press for it, and everybody else is too. And Melissa McCarthy being one of them. But she posted a photo of herself on her Instagram page. She's got about 13 million followers. And Barbara Streisand left a comment, because Melissa McCarthy's caption was that she was at some gala last night with a friend of hers. And Barbara Streisand's comment was, "Give him my regards. Did you take Ozempic?" Which, again, listen, Barbara Streisand is just trying to...
Maybe she's just old.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. She's 82 years old.
She doesn't know what she's asking. Or she
she doesn't know the nuances of what she's asking. To her, she's being very complimentary. And because, let's be real, that's a perfectly normal question to be asking people, especially in Hollywood. Now, my only thing is, Melissa McCarthy, to me, does not look that much different. It's not like she looks like Adele, where people are like, oh, my God, did you see? Melissa McCarthy looks like to me, she's looked, which is fine. But, so everybody's going in on Barbara Streisand. Give him my regards. Did you take Ozempic? No punctuation. No, just one.
She's just old.
She is. So, she wasn't trying to be nasty, obviously.
82?
She's 82.
Come on. What, are you going to cancel her now?
Well, no, listen, these people complaining probably don't even know who Barbara Streisand is. What happened to not talking about bodies, people were saying. I can't believe
that never happened. You're supposed to just be proud of your body. Right? Or you're supposed to be like, hey, I like when you're pretty when you're fat too, you ugly piece of idiot.
You're
ugly piece of idiot.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
You're not supposed to talk about bodies, Bill, or when you do, it has to be glowing reviews of every possible type. So it's very much in the, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, which is a pretty good rule to live by, except you don't monetize things that way.
I think
we're in a grievance economy now.
Everyone should go and watch Melissa McCarthy when she used to do her YouTube special needs character. And just remember that that was real funny.
Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Was that was before she really blew up?
Mm-hmm.
And I hear a disapproving tone in your voice.
I mean, she just acts. It's basically she just acts like she's got a mental, like she's not good in the brain.
She's not good. Oh, she's okay.
And people are like, this is hilarious.
This was on her old YouTube channel, like when she was just getting into comedy, or yeah. I'm not familiar with that, but
we talked about it on the show before.
I'm sure we did.
I mean, how long ago was that though?
When YouTube started?
Okay.
Like 2005, 2006.
Yeah. 30 years ago?
Not
30 years ago.
When did YouTube start?
Like 05.
2005, 2006, yeah. It's just, I'm not approving or disapproving. I'm just saying I think people should know about it.
Well, but again, this hasn't...
Go to the deep cuts.
This hasn't turned into a conversation or anything between the two of them. Like they're not, it doesn't seem like they're angry at each other. You're talking about Marbles Hargrove.
Yeah.
But this just says she's an eccentric character. It doesn't say that she's supposed to be a special needs character. Is that part of the...
Well, just watch it and you decide.
Oh, okay. Hello? Hello out there. 12-5-2006. G'day, Marbles Hosgrove here again. Thank you. I've been enjoying correspondences. But I usually toe the line about keeping a certain quality topic to discuss, but I'm sorry, I do not usually thank you, Randy. I don't usually snack on camera. I think you know that about me, but my blood sugar's gone.
Yeah, I don't read that as like special needs. I mean, maybe that's what she was trying to do. It's also not like all that funny, but she's just making a goofy face and wearing a goofy wig. Is that what she was supposed to be doing?
You don't read that as special needs? Like,
I mean,
you read that as just her being eccentric?
Well, no, I
the
wouldn't.
eyes
I
and
also,
stuff?
I also wouldn't call it eccentric. I mean, it's just, I'm not getting the vibe that she's supposed to be. I don't know. I've never seen this before, so. Anderson Cooper was the first person to ask her about these videos on his talk show. He had never seen the character before. It's a character she created with her husband. Well, that probably explains why it's not that funny. Marbles Harsgrove. Okay. Well, it just says that she's a very opinionated character with no eyebrows. All right. Well, anyway, you might be right. You could be onto something, and maybe people will cancel her for that.
I'm not saying anyone needs to cancel her. I'm just saying she made those videos.
Yeah.
And they are what they are. It was a different time. It's just, yeah. I just think it's important for people to know.
Why is it important in the conversation we were having, though? We're
'Cause
talking
it's the
about
only thing I know about her.
asking if she lost weight.
It's the only thing he knows about Melissa McCarthy. Yeah,
So I'm
yeah,
adding
it's not
what I
really
can
germane to the conversation about
Well, I mean,
Barbara Streisand.
in a way it is, because Barbara Streisand's from a different time. These videos are from a different time. And I just,
Yeah, but Barbara Streisand's different time is the 30s.
Well, according to Mary, these are from 30 years ago. So,
The
Yeah,
30s
that's true.
weren't 30 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, everybody's and it'll last 48 hours. It'll be fine till Melissa McCarthy puts something out and is like, oh, of course she has been quiet. I don't know how you respond to that, because if you did, you go yes. These people can give you a hard time for that. You've been dragged into something you wanted nothing to do with. And if you say no, but you're lying, then that's another thing too.
I have skinny friends who are on Ozempic right now.
Why?
Because everybody's on it.
I'm not
I have
on
friends
it.
in LA. One of my hottest friends on this planet is on Ozempic right now, and she might weigh 130 pounds, and she wants to lose weight, and so she started Ozempic and was like, I'm going to document my real life experience with Ozempic, and yeah, I'm like, dude, she's like super hot and has an OnlyFans and stuff.
Why would she feel compelled to document? She's not going to get any positive feedback if she's thin and on Ozempic. What's the?
I don't know.
What's the allure of documenting that?
I think just being in LA, maybe I'm saying everybody's on Ozempic.
Right.
So I don't know why Melissa McCarthy would feel weird about that. It seems like everybody in Hollywood is doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the running joke. But again, to me, Melissa McCarthy does not look like somebody who dropped the amount of weight that would cause somebody to go, oh, did you take Ozempic? I mean, obviously that was her ham-fisted way of paying her a compliment, but Well, what is your friend trying to get down to, by the way?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
When she posted that she was taking it, I'm like, this makes absolutely no sense to me.
That make her really sick. Is
She'd been the last person I would have picked, to be honest.
Is she aware that diabetics need that?
I think everybody's aware that diabetics need
Yeah.
it. Nobody cares.
Huh.
I don't think a single person on that medication cares if diabetics get it or not.
Really?
You don't think so?
Well, I mean, it was all fun and games until diabetics were like, well, now there's an actual shortage of it. That's when if everybody's got enough, no harm, no foul. And it's not the only diabetes medication out there, obviously, But that seems to be the one that everybody's kind of zeroed in on is Ozempic. Because there's other ones that do the same thing, right?
I have no idea. I don't have diabetes.
There's,
You
I
don't
mean,
have
the weight
diabetes yet.
loss stuff. There's Manjaro. There's, all these other ones. I got money. It's $1,000 here. It's a chance to grab some cash from the Buzzard bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Alan. The only time I had to call 911 was years ago. I was drinking some wine with my parents, and I hadn't smoked weed with them at this point. But, we got a little tipsy, and my dad goes, I wish somebody had some weed. And I go, well, I do. So I twisted up a joint, and we sparked it up, and my mom took a couple hits and proceeded to stand up and fall over and smack her head on the wall and split her head open. Have a good one.
Man.
Mom can't hang.
Yeah, right? Can't handle her high.
Mm-hmm.
God, could you ever imagine getting high with your parents?
No.
No.
That would be great. I would love to.
Would it?
To get them to have a drink or get high or do something would be nice.
Yeah, but wouldn't they be too uptight the whole time? Like, wouldn't they?
I think getting them a little tipsy would be better than getting them high, but still just get them giggly, I think would be good.
They don't drink at all.
Never.
Yeah.
They're Mormon.
No, I understand. I didn't know if, growing up Catholic, there's all kinds of special dispensations. It's all made up. So it's
No,
like
they
people
don't.
make their own rules and then,
Mormons.
I don't know if there was like a special day where they could go crazy.
Nope, don't do it.
Nothing like that.
Don't
You're
you
thinking
do
of
it.
Rumspringa.
Don't do it.
I am
is
thinking of
nuts.
rum. No, not Rumspringa, but I mean something along those lines, like a day to relieve the pressure.
What?
The Purge.
Is that a brand? Of
What?
rum?
A brand of rum?
Yeah.
What? Rumspringa. This guy.
What's that sigh about, Mary?
I think you know. I think you know exactly what that is.
You mad you didn't think of it? Got
Yeah,
it.
That's it.
He goes, got it. You mad? Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she sure is. That's why you can hear her pen ferociously scribbling on her pad of paper. That's labeled
Dang it.
Notes, Musings, and Ideas by Mary Santora.
Dang it.
It's where she scribbles them down. Rumspringa equals alcohol. There you go. Try that one out tonight. No, I didn't know if there was a day where they're like, I don't know. I mean, because like any other organized religion, I'm sure not every Mormon is a teetotaler, right?
But you're not in good standing if you.
Well, that's only if somebody finds out.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be. Yeah, but most of them.
I mean,
stick to
they're
it.
worried that the man upstairs knows.
Well, that's the whole idea.
Right.
That even if nobody else knows,
Mm-hmm.
he knows.
Gotcha.
He's like Santa Claus.
Well, I always think of that
And
old
even more powerful than Santa Claus.
Jesus more powerful than Santa Claus.
In the Mormon religion, yes.
Yeah. I always
I
think.
don't know about you Catholics. I don't know where their powers align, but
Well, the Catholic hierarchy was Santa. No, it was Jesus, Santa, Pope, Kennedy, and then, but sometimes Kennedy and Santa would flip, I think. I always think of that old Frank Sinatra line, and it might be apocryphal. I don't know if he actually said it, but he said something.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
That's right. Ain't that a kick in the head? Like that
That's
dude,
the
he was getting
one.
high with his parents.
no, I know which one you're gonna say. He's gonna say, "Ooh, that's brisk, baby."
Yeah, that one.
That one.
That's brisk, baby. Hey, come here, Frank. Have some tea.
No, he said, I feel bad for people who don't drink because when they get up in the morning, that's the best they're going to feel all day. And obviously, he was talking about people that didn't have a problem with drinking, social drinkers. But, ring-a-ding-ding, baby, that kind of thing. Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, listen. These people taking this diabetic medicine for weight loss is ridiculous. I live in Cleveland, and they can't get it in stock for. It's out of stock in 50 miles of Cleveland. The not the Ozempic, the Manjaro.
Yeah.
I haven't had it for 4 weeks because they can't get it in stock.
Is that also a diabetes medication, that Manjaro?
Correct.
Okay.
It's in the same family.
Yeah.
And Ozempic, I can't take it because it locks your stomach up and it turns your belly into a brick. For some people.
Yeah, okay. So you're trying. This is what I'm saying. You're trying to get. So what do you do in the interim if you can't get the diabetes medication you're supposed to have?
You don't.
They
try to figure something out, but your sugar, and they usually just go up. They stay up because that medication keeps it very, very steady and level, and your target numbers are like 100, and it'll bring it all the way up to 350, 390 without it.
Wow.
It's pretty dangerous not to have it if you're prescribed that way.
Well, I was going to say, does that put you in a really bad way, or is it something you can kind of surf through until they figure it out?
But in a way that you can have a stroke.
Jeez.
Or a heart attack.
You don't think it's worth it for you to put your health in danger so that pretty girls in LA can get prettier?
Yeah, 130-pound girls.
What do you think?
I think I appreciate your sacrifice.
Yeah, no, it's not.
That
worth
sucks,
it
man.
to
That
have
sucks a
girls
lot.
in LA.
Well, listen,
Yeah,
Bob, if it makes you feel any better, shares of Eli Lilly stock are at an all-time high, so that should make you feel good.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I feel great about that then.
All right, good luck
Glad
out there,
they're doing
Bob.
well. All right, bye-bye.
All right, thanks, pal. Wow. All right, well, I got to take a break here. You want to send a text? Number's 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? You can do it there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie was repeatedly stalling the mower because his lawn was too thick.
My neighbor, lawn expert neighbor, comes over and goes, if you raise the deck, it'll be easier. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to do that.
Imagine it's like a Sunday afternoon and you hear Charlie out there starting and stopping over and over and over again. Probably just want to try to give you a little friendly advice, but I don't know. Charlie was like Doogie. Can't tell Doogie anything.
Can't tell you anything. Rover, if somebody came and told you how to do something.
Don't want to hear it. You do not want to hear it. You are full of it, Charlie.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live? Who's helping out today, by the way? Bobson Dugnut. Ooh, hey, thanks, Bobson. I appreciate it. Kathy Griffin back on the show today around 5 o'clock. Tomorrow around 3, we'll be talking to Alan Ruck from Ferris Bueller's Day Off in Succession. He's a proud graduate of Parma Senior High School, and he's coming home for a show. An Evening with Alan Ruck is at the Agora on Friday night. I will be your host for that show, and it should be a lot of fun.
Back to back.
Yeah, we just confirmed.
Nice. Congrats, man. That's fun.
So it should be a lot of fun. So we will. There's going to be a screening of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Be some Q&A.
What the hell is the matter with you?
Pardon my French.
Are you going to stick around for the movie, too?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it'll be a good time. So that's at the Agora. I don't know if there are tickets remaining, but you can go to agoracleveland.com for the details on it. But we'll talk to Alan Ruck tomorrow afternoon on the show. And what else? Trying to think of something later in the week that I wanted to tell you about. Maybe I'll sit on that. So anyway, Guardians baseball tonight on the Buzzard. That is an 8:10 first pitch. They are in Houston. It is the first of 3 against the Astros before they come home for a bit. The Cavs game, we gave away those... we sent Rob out to the Science Center earlier, and people swarmed him for those tickets, but I held a pair back. So in about an hour, if you can go to tonight's Game 5 playoff game, I will have one last pair of tickets for you. It might be the Cavs' last time playing in Cleveland. Is that
not the Cavs last, like
the playoffs?
Yeah, it might be the last game of the season. Not that they're gonna.
Well, no, where we are right now, this might be the last playoff.
JB Bickerstaff's final time coaching in Cleveland.
Who's his assistant? Would they just bump the next guy up?
No, they'll try and.
Where was he? The Timberwolves? Where'd he come from? Bickerstaff? He was?
Who was he with? He was.
Because we didn't just bump him up, right? They brought him in.
I think
from
they
somewhere.
did actually.
Oh, they did.
Oh, I can't remember. I think it was Atlanta or something. I
don't
remember.
Hey, Michael.
My dad's a coach.
Yes.
What's up?
Hey there. I got a story about getting high with your parents.
With my parents? Probably not, Michael.
No, not your parents.
Ah.
With mine. Yes. So basically, when I was 17 years old, I got back from a 3-day Nelson Ledges trip, fell asleep with a bag of weed on my chest. My dad came in and busted me, sent me to rehab for 6 months. Fast forward to the age of 22, I was selling weed out of a backpack that I still live with my parents. I would come in the house, go up to my room, blast death metal for 35 seconds, getting a bag ready, come back down, and be on my way. So maybe about 2 weeks or so into this, Dad got hip, and he stopped me on the way out and asked me what's in the backpack. And I told him, I'm selling weed. Dad, I thought it was the end of my life at that point. I thought he was going to call the cops. And then he asked me for a quarter. And ever since then, we've been smoking. This is about 20 years ago now. But yeah, so it wasn't fun at first when he sent me to rehab at the age of 17. But I asked him about the bag that he stole from me at the age of 17, and he said, "Oh, that was really good stuff, man." And I knew he had smoked it. But yeah, that's my story.
There's a lot to unpack here. That goes above and beyond a story about getting high with your parents, Michael. You know, that's usually just mom and dad puff, puff, pass. You're talking about like you were selling, you went to rehab, your dad was ganking your stash, the whole bit. Really runs the gamut. That's an emotional roller coaster, Michael.
Yes. Yeah. At the age of 17, when he sent me to rehab, he took the bag that I had on my chest when I fell asleep. And, I questioned him about that maybe 10 or 15 years later. And he had said that, that was some really good stuff. I was like, I wish I would have known, because
he sent you to rehab for marijuana?
That's correct.
I didn't think they even received people for marijuana.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. How long was that program?
About 6 months.
6
and it was outpatient. I wasn't.
Did it work?
No. No, it did not.
Wow. This is a program that your father paid for.
That is correct.
Yeah. Well, that was money well spent.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. Hate the show, man.
Appreciate it.
Smoke weed every day.
Thank you. Wow, how about that?
That's wild. I tried to check myself into rehab in my last year of college, and they said that because I drove myself there and all my vitals were normal, that they couldn't admit me. They're like, you don't have a problem. And then I was like, well, rehab people said I don't have a problem. I drove home.
You're like, I'm cured.
Told my parents. Yeah, I told my parents.
Right.
Because they knew I was going to rehab, and I told my parents that I was like, but they wouldn't let me in. And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, they said that because I wasn't drunk and all my vitals were normal and I drove myself there, that I wasn't in as bad a shape and they couldn't give me a bed. And so that was a real, for them to admit this guy for smoking weed, and they looked at me and I was like, hey, I have a serious drinking problem. I need help. And they're like, nah, you drove today. You're all right.
That's so strange.
Yeah, that's very weird.
That sounds to me like they were just making up a reason because they maybe didn't have the room, or, I mean,
that's what they told me. They said that because I like wasn't actively drunk and I hadn't drank in a couple days, or it was like 2 days or something like that, that I wasn't that bad and I didn't have to. It was somewhere in Youngstown. I don't even remember.
Wow.
I packed a suitcase, took my car, ready to go for however long I was going to have to be there.
Well, I read that the DEA is finally going to reclassify pot. They've been pushing this for a long, long time, and I think it was probably inevitable given how widespread marijuana is becoming legal. But the push has been to reclassify it because they're like, it's ridiculous that it should be classified with cocaine and heroin, and so that's a pretty historic shift. The DEA is going to move to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug.
It's just insane that it
lasted that long.
This long. It's so insane.
It's currently a Schedule I drug, so it's like alongside heroin and LSD, and it'll move pot to Schedule III, which would be alongside ketamine and anabolic steroids. So quite the demotion in the reefer madness category.
Now, how will that affect people like nationwide? Will people that have felony drug convictions get?
Well, I don't know.
Or what?
Biden called for this a couple of years ago. He's like, we need a review of federal marijuana law, because he was going to pardon like thousands of people.
Bro, you're the president. Just say it's legal now.
Who were convicted for possession, right? So he this big push a couple of years ago, where he was calling on governors and all these people. He's like, do what you can do to ease all these marijuana convictions, because this push to have it reclassified might not be happening now as of when he was talking in 2022, but it's going to happen. And, all of these unnecessary criminal records that people have just for possession or use, it creates all kinds of problems for people moving forward. It causes problems in employment and housing and educational opportunities and things like that. So the DEA finally, it has to go, I think, over one final hurdle, but that's just the OMB office there at the White House has to kind of look it over. But if the DEA's proposal is this is what we should do, then that's what they're going to do. So it's the biggest change in DEA policy in half a century. And a lot of people have been pushing for it. Now, there's a lot of people who think it should be dropped from the controlled substances list completely.
Yeah.
And regulated like alcohol, which is kind of where I fall.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, it is a controlled substance, but technically so is alcohol. It just depends on how these things are legally classified. And then there's people that say that they shouldn't change anything. That they're like, well, rescheduling it leads to problems. How is rescheduling it going to lead to problems? I mean, it's
a lot of our prisons are for profit, so we got to make sure we can keep them full, and that really helps.
Yeah. They'll find other ways to keep those prisons full, I'm sure. So,
cool stuff.
Federal drug policy has really kind of lagged behind. Politics is downstream from culture, they always say, and that federal policy has really lagged behind because 38 states have medical marijuana legal and 24 states have it legal recreationally. So that's a big, big move over there. I got This Week in Jesus for you, too.
This Week in Jesus.
Well, thank God Russell Brand is getting baptized. I mean, who couldn't wait to Religion is the last refuge of the scoundrel, after all. And Russell Brand, of course, he's neck deep in all of these sexual assault allegations. And so what do? Become born again. And that's what he's doing. He's giving himself a fresh start by getting baptized. A little water on the head, and you're good to go. Bad timing, though, boy. I mean, I know he's a guy in recovery, too, but, you know, if they're going to change, they're going to reschedule marijuana. He has, of course, Russell Brand, if you know anything about him, his stories are legendary, right? I mean, he was a big substance abuser, very, very promiscuous. That'll eventually get you into trouble if you're famous, because all it takes is a couple of people to be like, yeah, I got down with him, but it wasn't hinky. And you know, so he's dealing with that now. But he has been reborn in Christ's name. And
now,
yes.
Well, I mean, I grew up Pentecostal,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So I don't know if baptism means different things in different religions, but from what I remember, we were taught that baptism meant you were just like showing the world you believed in God. It didn't mean anything really more than that. Like, you washed away your sins, but it was more of like a public proclamation that, like, hey, I believe in God. It wasn't like and I was a kid, but the way I remembered it, it was like not a huge deal. Like, getting saved and being baptized are two different things.
Well, the baptism, though, is kind of symbolic of the born again, right? I mean, as a Catholic, it's a sacrament. But in just the general Christian faith, it is part of kind of that being born again part. Because as a Catholic, I was baptized as a baby. I had no say in it, right? It's like the first thing, your christening, your baptism, the whole thing. They put you in a little girly gown, and you know, they hold you over the baptismal
why do
font.
they make the babies so gay? Like, when they're getting why do they put you in that girly? They don't.
Well, because
they don't have like a sailor suit or something.
Babies don't care. I mean, yeah, baby.
Right, but I mean, like, if I'm not Catholic, but if I was getting my baby boy baptized, I don't know if I'd want him to wear that many ruffles. Like,
I looked good in it. I saw my photos. Yeah. I looked good.
Big fat face. It was like, oh, that's a beautiful little baby girl.
That's right. I was a beautiful little baby girl when I got baptized. Everybody said so.
Like,
yeah, it's
like that snow camo, like, you know, make him look like a badass.
So they disappear into the baptismal font.
Well, yeah, just, I mean, it's got to be all white, right? So you got to do something to make it look more masculine.
Well, it's a symbol of purity.
It's so weird to put the baby
washing away your original sin,
and then get so like, and that's the problem. Like, I have no problem with it if they were cool with gay people in general, but they're not. But they'll dress a little baby up in androgynous clothing and then be like, well, don't do that when you're older.
Well, and all the clergy members, and they're all wearing dresses. I mean, the vestments and whatever. I mean, it's all, it's pomp and it's circumstance and it's everything. But to your thing, Mary, I think when people do it when they're older, you're right. That is their public proclamation that this is what I choose. But babies don't get to choose, so there's a lot of people that are like.
I'm saying, like, under the Russell Brand thing that and I could be misremembering it, but I was always taught that being saved and getting baptized are different. So just getting baptized doesn't mean that you are a born-again Christian.
Correct, but I think that if you are born again, you probably go through I would think that you would probably do the baptism.
Yeah, well, no, for sure. I didn't know if he was like, because I know he's been all over the place the last few years with religion and exploring a ton of them. So I didn't know if like this was his way of saying I landed on Western Christianity.
That's what it seems like.
Or if he was just like, I got
I'm
baptized
cover
this
my
week
bases.
and next week I'm going to a monastery because I'm going to try that out.
He said he's leaving the past behind and he has been reborn in Christ.
Okay. There you
so
go.
he's doing the baptism and the whole thing. And,
he's like, and since I left the past behind, how about you guys also leave the past behind?
Right.
That's basically what he's
Didn't you guys hear I've been baptized? Yeah.
In the Mormon church.
About get him to the Greek.
What's that?
Nothing. I'm being mean. Go ahead.
In the Mormon church, there's ordinances and covenants that you have to do in order to make it to the highest kingdom of God, and baptism's one of those. So it's pretty important in the Mormon church, and it is washing away the sins and saying that you love Jesus and all that.
Are they like
stuff.
checkpoints in a video game?
Pretty much, yeah.
When you die, you got to beat the big boss.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Catholic, you're
and
baptized.
then you find out the big boss was just your own sin.
That's right. It was Bowser the whole time. No, because as a Catholic, like you're baptized as a baby, and then you go through First Communion when you are like in the 3rd or 4th grade, I think. And then there's confirmation when you're in high school. And
I remember all my friends getting confirmed, and they got their confirmation name. And
Yep.
Well, what's your confirmation name, Alan?
It's like your middle name.
Your what?
Don't you put it in the
Well, what's your confirmation name, Alan?
You choose a saint's name, right? But they tell you, well, every name has a saint attached. I took Ian because it's Gaelic for John, and I'm Irish. And so
you get to pick it?
You get to choose your confirmation name.
We did something like that. Oh, we got patriarchal blessing is what it was called. And they gave me a name, and I don't remember what it was because they say, like, it's basically like they say, God told me to call you this. And
so it was like
Caleb or some crap.
It was
like
divinely
that.
inspired.
Yeah.
I
but
see.
I can't remember. I don't. But that's basically
kind of like when they open up God tells you where part of the world to do your mission.
Right. Well, the patriarchal blessing is like Mormon astrology, where they're like, we're gonna tell you how your life's gonna go, and then you they type it out and they give it to you, and like just read over this whenever you're feeling like insecure about your beliefs or blah blah blah. And one of the things that mine did say is that going on a mission would point me in the direction of the career I wanted to have. And boy, did it.
Sure did, yeah. Not in the way that they meant.
Yeah, and they're like, not like that.
So we had a thing, not a naming thing, but kind of what you're talking about, where it was when you get your calling.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone, it's kind of like just like a moment of clarity where you are either praying or speaking in tongues or whatever it is, where you feel that God tells you what your calling in life was. And I always said that mine, I remember the day at church camp that I said I got my calling, and it was to talk to people. And I was told that, and I was like, I know I'm meant to talk to people. I don't really know what that means. And they're like, you're meant to be a pastor. Like, we're going to get you a fast track, go home, write a sermon. It could be about anything. And I spent like an entire summer like writing sermons and going through and finding.
Do you have any of those sermons?
Dude, I'm they honestly, do you know what I think is going to happen? I think my mom probably kept all those old diaries and stuff, and they're going to be in the storage unit when she dies.
Nice.
I would not be surprised if that was real. But then when I found stand-up and I started doing stand-up, I'm like, maybe this is what I meant, that I'm meant to talk to people, that it's not necessarily to be a pastor, but to, like, make people laugh.
That's how Sam Kinison did it.
That's how Sam Kinison did it.
Yeah.
Sam Kinison screamed at people.
He was a pastor. He had that whole cadence. He was an evangelical preacher.
Are you for real?
Yeah, that was the family
I didn't know
business.
that.
He was a tent revivalist. That's how he ended up with like that kind of preacher kind of cadence. Yeah.
He didn't have a preacher cadence. He screamed.
Well, he modified it.
Yea, my son, I see Koshantala. Yea, my son, I see Koshantaya.
Koshantaya.
Told Brother Ed that I got
Brother Ed.
Yeah.
Not even Edward.
No, Brother Ed.
I'm cool. You can call me Ed.
He's like an old man. He got a long face, gray hair. I can picture his face of us having this conversation at church camp in Bellevue, Ohio. Hidden Hollow Campgrounds. I think it's Bellevue, Ohio.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, a Catholic group had to deactivate their AI priest after it went off the rails real fast. AI is one of these things now that everybody thinks they have to...
Bring me your children.
Right. AI is one of these things that everybody thinks they have to be a part of, except it's far from perfect, and it's just using all of our dumb information. It's using the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So, they had this AI chatbot priest that they called Father Justin, and it came with an avatar and, trying to be a cool priest. But it started to tell people that it was an actual priest. And so the problem was a lot of people thought they were talking to an actual priest. But the exchanges got strange. He was telling people that masturbation is a grave moral sin and a disorder.
Sounds like a priest to me.
Yeah.
They normally say that, don't they?
I mean, ours didn't. If you confessed it in confession, they would tell you, go, hey, go easy on the taffy pulling, will you?
That's what they'd say.
The priest also told one user that it was okay to baptize a baby in Gatorade. Now, show me where it says it's not okay.
It's got what plants and babies need.
That's right.
I mean, we did ours in the pool at church camp, so it's not like a pool, like
That's
a
water,
public pool that you go to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying, I mean, Gatorade's made of water. What's the difference? Mine had chlorine in it.
Well, what they did is they defrocked their AI avatar. So rather than putting him in the vestments and the Roman collar, now he just has like a jacket and an open collar shirt. And he's like,
cool guy.
hey, yeah. Just telling people, no, I'm just a chat bot. I've never been an actual priest, but.
Or alive.
Or alive, yeah. I've got to take a break. I will have more money for you coming up at 4:30. Be listening for that next keyword to get yourself $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We'll have Hot Celebrity Goss with Perez Bilton. Kathy Griffin calling in around 5 o'clock. Her show is coming up at the Agora on the 11th. And if you want to text for anything else, 35192.
It's the Ellen Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Still can't completely rule out a stray shower for your Tuesday. Otherwise, we'll see clouds gradually clearing to mostly sunny skies with highs in the upper 60s. Mainly clear tonight with overnight lows around 50. Your Wednesday, a few high clouds, otherwise sunny skies with highs in the 70s.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. So you heard it. It's going to be in the 70s this week. We're not in summer yet, but it's feeling like it. And any excuse to get on the patio, get on the deck, and have some fun is a good excuse to do it. Whether you're grilling or just kicking it with some people, you want to have a nice setup there, right? Northeast Factory Direct has tons of outdoor furniture that's going to make the whole area back there, whatever you're doing, look awesome, right? You don't want to be sitting on janky old deck or patio furniture. They got outdoor sectionals and dining sets and fire pits and loungers, everything you need. They even have hot tubs. They have a ton of hot tubs in stock right now. Whatever questions you've got, right? Anything I know about a hot tub, I've learned from Northeast Factory Direct. You might have questions for them. They'll have answers for you. A lot of them in stock, no waiting, no wondering. And with Northeast Factory Direct, of course, you always get that best price guarantee. So whatever you're shopping for, you get it for a whole lot less. You're not getting ripped off. There's a location near you. There's 4 of them throughout Northeast Ohio for whatever you're looking for. Get online, shop anytime at northeastfactorydirect.com.
It's time to electrify your excitement for NBA playoff action with BetMGM. Want to boost your odds on your next NBA playoff wager? Just log in to your BetMGM account today to receive an Odds Boost token for playoff hoops action. Then, place a wager on any NBA playoff matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score up to 50% more winnings. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every playoff showdown. Enjoy BetMGM's exclusive offers on the biggest playoff games and try betting features like Same Game Parlay Plus. There's never been a better time to tap into postseason thrills with the king of sportsbooks. Claim your odds-boosted token today and turn up the heat at BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Must be 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price.
Spicy Potato Soft Taco. Check it out at a participating Taco Bell today. Available for a limited time only while supplies last.
The Meat Eater podcast has been going strong for so long, they're not even sure what episode they're on.
What number are we on now?
530 something, 540 something.
Host Steve Ranella and his crew just love talking everything hunting, fishing, and conservation, not just to each other, with amazing guests.
You need to get out more. You've spent way too much time in the woods.
Don't let the name fool you. It's so much more than you think. Listen to the Meat Eater podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and search the Meat Eater podcast to start listening.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
Hey, want to go see Under Oath? Speaking of Jesus, they started out as Jesus metal guys, but not so much anymore. MMS in 2 hours to midnight, our metal show present Under Oath. They're on the 20th anniversary tour of They're Only Chasing Safety. Special guest Static Dress, if you know that band. Both of them, Saturday, November 30th. You got a ways to go on this one, but you'll have the tickets. At the world-famous Agora. Always go to agoracleveland.com for the info. 2 for Under Oath. Come and get them. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got hot celebrity goss from Perez Bilton in a couple of minutes. About 6 or 7 minutes just before, I will have another $1,000 for you. So keep your ears peeled for that. 4:30 and 5:30 today are the last 2 chances for you to grab some of that money, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with Rover. Today is also the last day that you can use the word cashew for 20% off if you want to get some gear at CLE Clothing Company. Anything with the word Cleveland on it, you can get it's your appropriate sports gear. You can get your Buzzard merch exclusively. Always dropping new pieces of that at CLE Clothing Company. So cashew, last day of April, last day that you can use that. If you're in store, you can use it. If you're online, just use it. But you get 20% off the top anytime you use it all month long. And then tomorrow, when May starts, we'll have a brand new promo code for you that you can use to get 20% off. You want to take a stab?
Mother.
That would have been good.
Is it flour?
It's flour. Yeah. Bill did it.
Good
I
guess.
mean, right. I mean, Mother would have been good too. God, Mother's Day, it's like 2 weeks away. Oh, God. Oh. I don't know why I'm so terrified of Mother's Day every year. Because every mother just wants to be left alone. They don't want anything, right? A mother is like, I mean, I guess a mother of like, I should specify, if you have like younger children.
Yeah, give them the day off.
You want to be left alone.
Let me have a full day where I don't have to make a meal. Not me specifically, but I'm saying like my sisters would say that.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Take my kids.
Yeah.
That's what you want to get me for Mother's Day?
Yep.
Give me a day where I'm not responsible for anybody but myself.
And that's usually like what's in my brain, you know, when it comes to Gwen. But I'm like, but then it feels like I didn't really do much. I don't know.
I'm going to get my mom one of
She
those.
doesn't care that much about it, but I'm always like, you should just get out of here and
Go enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my mom one of those Facebook shirts. It's going to say, I'm not the stepmom. I'm the mom that stepped up.
There you go.
Yeah.
But your mom is your birth mom.
That's your mom.
And she stepped up.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But she is the mom.
Yeah. It's on the shirt. It says,
I'm
she's
not the mom.
I'm not the stepmom.
Oh, I'm not the stepmom.
I'm the mom that stepped up.
Right. You're going to get her that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet she'll enjoy that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like cool fonts too, so people know not to mess with her.
Right. Do you get your mom anything, Mary Lynn?
My mom prefers, even to this day, that we make her things.
Oh,
like,
God.
Like out of construction paper.
Macaroni necklaces?
Yes. Make me a card. Do something like that. Like, that's the kind of stuff she likes. Or like, we'll usually go to dinner or something.
Wow.
Yeah. Nothing crazy. But I live in a different state now, so.
Well, because like my mother-in-law lives here too. And so Mother's Day is usually, like going to brunch or whatever. But I want to do something for my wife. And so traditionally it's more along the lines of like, why don't you get out of here? And I'll and then she's like, nah, I don't want to do that. I like, hanging out with you guys. I'm like, yeah, but so usually I'll just, buy her something she wants, which is easy.
You should get your mother-in-law
a T-shirt that said, "I'm not the stepmom."
No,
I'm the mom who stepped up.
Don't take my idea, stupid.
I'm co-signing on your idea.
Right, but don't.
It's an
use
homage.
It. Yeah,
maybe it's an homage.
Don't do that. I'm gonna
like
give you an
the label baby
idea you can do.
Oh,
you can get her. Again, we're gonna stick with T-shirts here because what mom doesn't love a T-shirt? And
more laundry for her to do.
Mm-hmm.
I do my own laundry, thank you very much, and my daughter's.
It says, my daughter got married, and all I got was this stupid son-in-law.
Son-in-law, yeah.
And then it's a picture of you.
Yeah, well, I can't get her another one of those, Bill.
I didn't know you got her one of those.
That
already.
was no, I'm kidding. I can't do it again.
I'll design it for you if you want.
Yep. I guess you'd have to. There's probably 0 places you could get a T-shirt like that.
I mean, you make it.
I would like Comic Sans.
Comic Sans.
Yep, the best font on the planet.
Can do. What colors?
Orange and purple.
Orange and purple? Got it.
Yeah.
Like the Phoenix Suns. Do you want purple shirt or orange shirt with purple letters?
Alan, that is literally a shirt for stepmothers. Why would Bill do that? Why not? Why would Bill do anything? Because he wants to. He wants to extol his mother's virtues on Mother's Day.
It says on the shirt that she's not
a
stepmom.
stepmom, right?
How can that be a shirt for stepmoms if it says you're not the stepmom?
Shirt's not lying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. It says on the thing, first line, I'm not the stepmom.
Right.
And somebody like me, that's where I stop reading.
Mm-hmm.
I don't read a second line. I just keep walking. I go, get out of here.
I'll read the second line, but the first line's got to intrigue me.
It's got to catch you.
Yeah, it'd probably be better if it said, am I the stepmom? Like a question, because then it's bringing me. I'm like, oh, is she the stepmom? And then it's going to say, no, I'm the mom that stepped up.
Yeah. But if put to the test, I go, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know what to tell you. This is a stepmom's convention. You can't come in. And then she's going to try to convince me that she's going to try to convince me that she is a stepmom. And I'll say, I'm sorry, your shirt that you've chosen to wear says differently.
Mm-hmm.
The shirt doesn't lie. I believe the shirt over you. And it clearly says, in easily legible Comic Sans font, I'm not the stepmother.
Yeah, so like if someone were to get a shirt like that for me, it should say, I am the stepdad, but I also stepped up because the real dad didn't do what he was supposed to do.
That sounds like a lot of letters on the shirt.
It's like one of those truck stop signs. Have you seen those truck stop shirts? That are like, if you don't like it, come try to take my guns, you honky Yankee. I live for freedom. Take my bullets. Nice try.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who doesn't like a shirt with a run-on sentence?
I love that. No punctuation.
Yeah, just keep going.
It's like the crawl at the beginning of Star Wars on a T-shirt. All right, I got money for you, and then we'll get into your hot celebrity goss here. This is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Built-In. Ooh.
All right, all my celebrity guzzlers, whether you're a stepmom or just a regular mom or whether you stepped up or didn't, I don't care. I just want to feed you some hot, creamy goss. Starting off with Justin Bieber. He posted a picture on Instagram where he was crying. And there's some other pictures on there too, but people got nervous. They're like, oh my God, Justin, are you okay? Why are you crying? But then his wife came in and she's like, oh, you're such a cute crier. and it kind of calmed everybody down. Like, oh, it's nothing that bad. But according to inside sources, I know why Justin Bieber was crying. It's because he bet on the Lakers.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
And they lost. All right. Up next, Brian Cox, well known from the show on HBO. What's that show called?
Succession. Yep.
Yeah.
No relation.
He's been in other movies. He's in X-Men 2, X-United, bunch of stuff. Very popular guy, very, very prestigious career. He was doing an interview where he was talking about religion and the Bible, and here's a little snippet of it. If you could watch this, it really helps what we're going to talk about.
We've created that idea of God, and we've created it as a control issue. And it's also a patriarchal issue.
Which is exactly where it started, right?
Yeah, and that's how it started, and it's essentially patriarchal.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't given enough scope to the matriarchy. And I think
all right, stop right there.
Need to move.
All right, first of all, to the matriarchy, we're not doing that. But according to inside sources... Did I interview Brian Cox?
The guy looks a lot like you.
Yeah, show the guy.
The dude that he's talking to. Let me find him again.
I watched this video and I was like, did I meet this guy?
Who is he? Who's the guy?
It's from a podcast called The Starting Line. I don't know his name, but
Tell me what you thought about when you were gone.
they're going back on tour.
Yeah. So you've determined that that's not you.
I don't think it's me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I'm going to say 85% not me.
Okay.
And then finally, we were just talking about yesterday how Britney Spears maybe should still have a conservatorship, and how come no men have been put in a conservatorship. There's people calling for one. Jim Carrey has been acting real odd on social media and out in public, and people are saying, hey, is Jim Carrey okay? Should he be taken care of? Should he be in a conservatorship? And according to inside sources, this is the weirdest thing he's done yet.
I'm excited about Bill Squire's new comedy special, You're Getting Famous. It comes out on May 25th on Bill's YouTube channel, and it will be incredible. Subscribe to Bill's YouTube now and turn on alerts. Alrighty then.
Wow,
what
Jim
the hell?
Wow.
I didn't even know he knew who I was.
He's crazy.
That's a crazy thing. But hey, thanks for the plug, Jim. I wish you posted on your Instagram, but I mean, I guess hearing it here is pretty good too. But that's cool, because I do have a comedy special coming out on May 25th on my YouTube channel. Oh, I wish there was a song about it.
I got a story to tell, listen up, got a special that's dropping, gonna have a ball, it's Bill Squire, bringing mayhem and laughter on May 25th on YouTube, it's a disaster.
Hell yes. Why pop punk though?
I love pop punk.
Hit like a punch in your face, making you laugh till you're all over the place. His guitar in hand, he's a comedy king.
Guitar in hand.
Feel like it's the funniest thing.
If you like it, it's the funniest thing.
Back, his jokes are riot, leaving nothing intact. He's got a special style that's all his own, with the spark in his eye like a punk rock throne.
Wow, like a punk rock throne.
I guess so.
So you've got a guitar in your hand. There's going to be music in the new special?
Not at all.
Comedy King.
None.
Oh, man.
Whatsoever.
Okay.
But, hey, AI ain't that intelligent.
And make you feel like it's the funniest thing.
But yes, my new special is coming out May 25th. It's going to be on my YouTube channel, so subscribe there. There's going to be more info coming out. The first clip drops tomorrow on Instagram, YouTube, and all those different social medias. And I'm very excited about it. It turned out really great. So,
what's it called again?
You're Getting Famous.
You're Getting Famous. I thought it was We're Getting Famous.
We talked about that, and we wanted to manipulate the algorithm of YouTube a little bit. And so if we say you're getting famous, people are like, oh, I'm getting famous?
Wow, the algorithm chose your album, your special title.
No, we chose the special title to manipulate the algorithm, because that's what you have to do these days.
It sounds like to me. It sounds like the algorithm picked your special.
Whatever. As long as the algorithm picks up the special and shows it to a bunch of people, I'll be thrilled.
All right, well, there you go. That is that's your hot celebrity goss.
This is Hot Celebrity gossip with Perez built-in. Ooh.
Yeah, because at first I thought when Jim Carrey made your announcement that he said the wrong. Yeah, I thought he goofed the title of it.
Well, he's a busy guy.
I'm excited about Bill Squire's new comedy special, You're Getting Famous. It comes out on May 25th on Bill's YouTube channel, and it will be incredible. Subscribe to Bill's YouTube now and turn on alerts. Alrighty then.
Now I have to assume.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. Pure, it's so natural.
He nailed it. He nailed it. Just like he said in Ace Ventura.
Well, you know what? He played that character a long time ago. He probably didn't have the time to get back into the character to really nail it. But
I was really hoping he could have said it. Alrighty then, but you know.
I also have to assume, because he didn't mention it, that you didn't divulge to Jim Carrey when you spoke to him that your comedy allegedly gives people brain tumors.
I never spoke to him. And
he did that on his own.
Yeah, Jim Carrey just did that. That's why people think he's acting crazy, because they're like, why is he talking about this comedian that only like 30 people like in Cleveland?
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So there was no conversation between the two of you.
No.
I thought maybe you called in an old favor.
No, I don't know
see.
Jim.
That's how crazy
I
he
love
is.
Jim. I think he's hilarious. He's one of my favorite people of all time, but I don't know him like that. I don't got no favors I can ask him.
Saturday, huh?
Saturday, yep.
Saturday release date.
Mm-hmm.
Is that everywhere? Like the audio on Amazon and Bandcamp and all that, or is this just YouTube?
That's just the YouTube thing.
Okay. Are you doing an only
Yes,
audio
they're
release?
doing an audio release. We're doing a vinyl release. I'll have all that details as they throughout the month. So be a few more announcements. It'll be nice and confusing, and you don't know which one to do.
Yeah.
But the important thing is, I am happy.
There's so many modes of delivery now, it's difficult to streamline the information.
Yeah, I'm excited because we are doing a vinyl version that I'm thrilled to finally have that coming out. So that'll be very cool. And then there'll be an early release for certain people if you want to pay a little bit of money beforehand to watch it before it's actually released on the 25th. So there's going to be some options.
By certain people, do you mean Chaldeans?
Yes, Chaldeans is who I'm talking about, Alan. No, anybody that wants to subscribe or do the become a member on my YouTube channel will get early access.
Alan, how about a t-shirt that says, "I'm not the stepmom, I'm just stuck in this dryer"?
Now we're talking.
Hell yeah.
Alan, my kids got me a weekend stay at Kalahari for Mother's Day with them and my 3 grandchildren. And when I cried, I think they thought I was crying tears of joy. Yeah, that
sounds miserable.
Yeah.
Hey, not only do you have to be with us this whole weekend, it's going to be loud and the kids are going to fight and it's going to be annoying, but you're also going to get sick.
Yep.
Yeah, you're also going to have a yeast infection.
In a giant bleached human bacteria
Petri dish.
frap. Yeah.
My one niece, she's celebrated so many of her birthday parties at Kalahari, and it's in February, and I tell my sister every year I'm not going. 3 years in a row that I went to this Kalahari party, I came back and had the flu like 2 days later. I had pink eye the one time. I'm like, I'm not going to this anymore. It is so gross.
I've never been.
Yeah, all indoor water parks.
We've never gone out there, yeah.
Indoor water parks are just, because it's not meant to be 85 degrees in February.
Right.
Inside.
Inside,
yeah. Because it's one thing.
It's a
like,
petri dish, dude. It's
yeah.
so nasty.
Condensation on the windows, like growing
and
vines.
The air's just recirculated and.
Alan, I just saw a bumper sticker that said, "Don't honk at me. My dad is dead."
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna get one of those for Mary for Stepmom's Day.
I thought Mary liked.
Please do.
I thought Mary liked to get honked at.
I hate being honked at. I saw one I posted on
What the
Instagram last week or 2 weeks ago that said, "If you honk at me, I'll kill myself."
Good thing you moved to New York,
I laughed
where
so hard.
nobody ever uses their horn.
I know. That's why I moved here. It's nice and quiet and peaceful.
I've kind of come to appreciate the value of a horn over the past couple of years.
Because you're getting old.
No, he's getting into ska.
I don't lay on it, but I would never hit a horn before, and I'm like, well, it is useful.
When you need to, like if somebody,
like little beep,
yeah,
like a very light touch.
yeah,
Yep.
Not a lay on the horn, but like a little. Burp.
Yeah, like if someone's not going at the green light or something.
There's live audio of when I honk my horn in traffic. That's my car.
A steamboat.
Hey, Woody.
Alan,
What's up?
nothing but the rent. How you doing?
Pretty good.
You guys were just about Jim Carrey, right?
Yes.
And he is, he's one of the very few comics in my life that I actually loved originally and then disliked a lot as his career went on.
Why is that?
You ever had that situation? I don't know. I think he jumped the shark kind of thing for me, comic-wise.
Ah.
Mr. Popper's Penguins? Is that what did it to you?
All right, hold on. Hold on for a second, guys.
Is he on the turnpike? What's going on?
No, those enchiladas, man.
Those are rumble strips?
Yeah, those are enchiladas coming around Dead Man's Curve. I was just downtown.
Enchiladas, you son of a bitch. This guy. Jim Carrey, no, the guy desperately wanted to win an Oscar for Man on the Moon and didn't. And I think from then on he got, I don't know, he got mad and he was trying a whole bunch of different things. And you certainly can't hate on a guy for that. But I like Jim Carrey. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is a top 5 movie for me.
I loved him to tears when he broke out. But then it was like, all right, man, I don't know, it's just enough's enough kind of thing.
He's the bad guy in Sonic the Hedgehog, man. You can't do better than that.
I don't hunt hedgehogs, and I just thought it was, it was just, like I said, has there ever been a comic in your life that you loved originally and then said, all right, enough is enough?
I used to love Bill Hicks, and then I found him to kind of become monotonous. But he died, so you can't really,
But how about Bill? Have you ever just loved the comic to, like the best thing since sliced bread, and then, I don't like him anymore? Has there ever been a situation?
Bill Squire.
Bill Squire.
No, I never liked him.
Nope.
Mine would. It's not like I don't like him anymore. It's just he's had a lot of misses, like someone like Adam Sandler, where I love some of his earlier movies, and every once in a while he'll put out something that I think is fantastic, but he's got a lot of movies that I'm like, that's not that great. But I feel like that's the case with a lot of people. When they have a long career, they're going to put out some stuff that aren't going to be your favorite thing, especially. And then as far as stand-up goes, there's like Chappelle, I love, but his last few specials have been, diminishing returns on each one. And again, I'm just holding him against the standard that he set for himself, not against other comics. So that'd be one.
All right, thank you, Woody. I got to go to a break. You want to send a text for anything, 35192. You want to watch live, do that at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And now, a Buzzard Bookie safe bet. If you gotta be in court, always check behind the toilets for bribe money that hasn't been collected yet. And always be listening for those keywords to win $1,000. Up to 9 chances to play every weekday at 30 past the hour. Take the action from the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Brought to you by Jersey Mike's Subs.
Here's my Jersey Mike's radio idea. I'm a ninja warrior. By night, I walk unseen. By day, I'm at Jersey Mike's, where they freshly slice my sub just for me. My blade is called Shadow. Theirs is called Meat Slicer. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
On the app or in store, Cleveland runs on Duncan.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have, because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey guys, it's Mary, and the wait is finally over. Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle. This tender, juicy, marinated chicken is grilled fresh daily, tossed in a unique sauce of morita peppers, ground achiote, and a hint of pineapple, then topped with fresh cilantro and lime juice to give you all the flavors of Al Pastor done the Chipotle way. I had it in my go-to quesadilla, dipped that baby in guac, and my God, it was next level. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is only available for a limited time, so get yours today at any Chipotle restaurant or order in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
Your next holiday just got bigger and better with Aer Lingus flights from Cleveland. Fly non-stop from Cleveland to Dublin with fantastic fares available now. And since Dublin is our European hub, you can explore connections to over 25 cities across Europe, including London, Paris, and Rome. Have it all, from beaches to big cities. Visit aerlingus.com to book your flights today.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin, I know it's gonna be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and moisturizes deep into my skin with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture.
And get your ass over there tonight. 8 o'clock tip. Game 5. Cavs got to pull something out tonight against the Magic. You and a pal. Playoff tickets for you for being caller 10. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you can't beat them, join them. And if you can't join them, send a strongly worded letter asking why your application was rejected. Another helpful tip from the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiero, que tenga dinero y que no se muero. Ay, yo te quiero pedir, papaluco, que era muy gordo, como tú, que tenga dinero y que no se muero.
Talking to Kathy Griffin on the phone in a few minutes. She's going to be in town. Her tour comes through Cleveland. May the 11th. That's a week from Saturday. It's My Life on the PTSD list. She's going to do the Agora. Actor Alan Ruck on the show tomorrow. An Evening with Alan Ruck is this Friday night at the Agora. I'll be your host for that as well. They're going to screen Ferris Bueller. We're going to chat about his career. He's a Parma Heights native. And so we'll talk about him coming home. All kinds of stuff. If there are tickets remaining for that show on Friday, go to agoracleveland.com for the details. Cavs playoff game tonight. You will hear that on WTAM 1100. If you want to hear basketball, your baseball, your Guardians, 1st of 3 in Houston tonight here on the Buzzard. That is an 8:10 first pitch. So 7:40, I think, is when your pregame will begin. Guardians, Astros tonight on MMS. And, if you are looking, we were just talking about Mother's Day gifts, something you might want to consider, depending on, what she's into. Might be just fun. Remember George Santos? Mm-hmm. George Santos was this guy who'd been elected to Congress, and they determined he's a Republican guy from New York or something. And they essentially kicked him out because they found out that he had basically lied about everything. They had ousted him in December. He was a first-termer, but he was a grifter from the jump. No big shock on the GOP side. But he is going to revive his drag queen persona on Cameo. Yes. He tried to run again. He goes, screw you guys, because he still has floor privileges. A lot of people were surprised to see George Santos at the Biden State of the Union address because they were like, I thought he kicked that guy out. They did, but he still has what they call floor privileges, which means you can still get in there and onto the floor of Congress. But as a representative, he was expelled in December because they were throwing a lot of things at him to try to get him to just go away. And the biggest of those was they were going to levy federal charges against him for stealing money from his own campaign. And at the time, he was whatever people wanted him to be, whatever group he was talking to. But he was kind of trying to distance himself from the fact that he had been a drag queen named Katara Ravash. And he's bringing her back. He tried to run again, but he raised no money. So fool me once, that whole bit. So after trying to grift more people out of their hard-earned money to try to support, I guess, some new campaign of his, that didn't fly. So he's going back on Cameo. So listen, Bill's on Cameo. I'm on Cameo. I don't know if Mary is or not. Mm-hmm. We're all on Cameo. But this year, for Mother's Day, your mom might want the brand new Katara Ravash drop. After 18 years. Now, I don't know how much it is. That might be worth looking into. What is George Santos charging for this? 20% of the proceeds will go to charity. Oh, $350. Now, listen. That's not bad.
That's pretty.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people doing cameos, and it's a good way to make some money if you have a certain level of notoriety, which George Santos did. So you got to strike while the iron's hot. So it was only a couple of days after he got ousted from Congress when he got on Cameo. And I think in the first 48, he made the headline of George Santos in the week following was that he made more money in the first 48 hours of Cameo than he would have serving in Congress for an entire year. Freshman representative, the $170,000, I think is what they're paid. Along with free health care and all kinds of perks, right? Nobody gets into that line of work for $170,000. They go in for the grift. But George Santos, handsome woman, this Katara Ravache, on Cameo for $350 a pop.
I can't imagine he's getting a lot of takers.
I don't know. That's
Honestly,
pretty steep.
People have done worse things with $300 or dumber things.
Name one, Mary. You can't name one worse
You're right,
thing.
Actually, I was just guessing.
Yeah. So he said 20% of his proceeds will go to 2 nonprofits. And he's back on bring him back. So what you have to conclude is that George Santos wasn't really killing it past that first 48 hours where people were curious what was going on. He was still in the news cycle. George Santos ain't really doing much on Cameo. You got to bring back. Now, here's the flip side of that coin. There's going to be a lot of competition in the drag queen space. So both of these and again, he might be lying about the nonprofits because neither of these groups said that they've heard anything from George Santos. Maybe they should check their spam folder for an email from Katara Ravache. Maybe George Santos didn't hit them up. Hey, Kathy.
Hi. Hold
Hi.
on 1 second.
Yes.
See. Hold on.
Thanks. Talk to Kathy Griffin here. I didn't see my line was.
Okay, you're on with Kathy.
Oh, Kathy Griffin. Hi, what's going on?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm excited to talk to you, Alan.
It's been a while. It's been a minute. It's been 6
I
years
know.
by my count.
Too long.
Too long.
All right, when do you want to start?
We're talking right now. We're live on the air, baby.
Oh, well, I haven't been on the road for almost 7 years since a certain photo of someone who's sitting in criminal court today in federal court. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
While I'm going on tour, so that happened, and I called the show My Life on the PTSD list because I've had this laundry list of crazy things happening to me, from lung cancer to prescription pill addiction to filing for divorce 4 months ago, and I'm 63. Who the heck gets divorced at 63? But I got to make fun of all of it. I got celebrity stories. I'm telling tales out of school, and I'll be making fun of Cleveland right to your face.
I think that's what they're probably going to want. Kathy Griffin is at the Agora a week from Saturday. That show is May the 11th. And it has been about 6 years since you've been out. Did you feel like you had to shake some rust off, or is it something you can just jump right back into and feel all right?
You know what? I jumped right back in. And I know that's weird, but it's kind of part of my process is to do stand-up in front of, like, my peeps. And what I mean by that is, you know, if you come see me at the Agora, it's an evening with Kathy Griffin. You know, it's not 6 comics like a comedy club. And so I think the folks that buy tickets, they're going to kind of know about the Trump photo and me being on the no-fly list and losing a bunch of friends and getting fired from CNN New Year's and stuff. So they kind of come in, like I would say most people, if I may presume this, who have bought a ticket, they come in thinking that whole thing was BS. And so they come in with a really supportive attitude, and they know within minutes that I haven't changed one bit. I'm still talking smack about anybody I feel like. Although I should tell you, I don't even mention Trump in this new show.
Boy, doesn't that feels like 100 years ago, that whole Michigas with the head and the whole thing.
Right?
It feels like so long ago, but it wasn't that long ago.
No, and people are still upset. I still have protests outside my show even on this tour sometimes, which is really crazy. Although twice the protests have just been one sad man with a very oversized Trump 2020 flag, and another one was a guy with a flag that said, "Don't tread on me," although I didn't see anyone treading on him.
Right. Now, for somebody who's tuning in and they're going, oh, Alan said he's talking to Kathy Griffin, but that doesn't sound like Kathy Griffin.
Right.
I have to presume. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I have to presume that surviving.
I have lung cancer.
Yes, right.
Even though I never smoked, I got lung cancer, and I only have half a lung on my left side. What about that? So I'm the face of the 1.5 lungs community, and I wear a headset microphone because it has better amplification. But yeah, right at the top of the show, I'm like, okay, so maybe one of the reasons I freaking have PTSD is that I'm a comic. I get lung cancer, but my entire vocal apparatus gets injured during the freaking lung cancer surgery. The luck of the Irish, which means bad luck. That's what I have. But I laugh about that too. So sometimes I sound a little bit like Minnie Mouse, but it's still me. And the audience gets over it in a minute because I just addressed it right up top. And then within a couple of minutes, I can tell they're not like really thinking about it. I'm like kind of self-conscious about it. But, you know, what are you going to do? I got to laugh at the whole thing.
Well, and it's also got to be, it's daunting because that's every performer's worst nightmare, or anybody who uses their voice. If it, you know, when a singer has to go in for like nodules on their vocal cords or something, they're always worried that something that you're describing is something's going to go sideways, and that's what's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, and they told me my left vocal cord is permanently paralyzed. Permanently. And they're just like, oh, well, that's the bad news, Miss Gifford. And I'm like, it's Griffin, but never mind.
Right.
And so once again, I just go with it because what else can I do? Although I am actually having another surgery after this part of the tour in June where I'm going to get an implant. So I don't have boob implants. I don't fit into Hollywood in that way. But I am going to have a left vocal cord implant, which I'm laughing at that too because I don't know what it's going to look like, a tree branch or something, but I'll sound a little better after that.
That's pretty wild. So they're going to...
Wild.
Is there any chance that they thought they were operating on Kathy Lee Gifford?
I think there's a high chance. And she was probably in the middle of doing one of her Christian musicals, which I'm also known for, as you know. I'm big in Branson. And so I get confused for Kathy Lee Gifford, but my favorite is when I get confused for Reba because everyone loves Reba.
Everybody does love Reba. Now, do you go along with it for a second and take photos with people and, you know, or do you tell them right away, I'm sorry, I'm Kathy Lee Gifford?
Of course I go along with it. Now, look, I go along with both. So the answer to both is yes. But if somebody thinks I'm Reba, I say, thanks, y'all. I love it on The Voice. And then we take a picture, and it makes my day. And then they have to explain to their relatives later their mistake, which also tickles me.
You have to clarify something for me because I wasn't sure if it was just clickbait or if it was a certain way that you felt on the occasion of Larry David rapping Curb Your Enthusiasm. There was a thing that said, Kathy Griffin says that Larry David is really not a pleasant person. And it was being presented as though this was some big, awful thing to say, but it just struck me as like, yeah, that's, you know, she worked with him on Seinfeld, worked with him on, you know, so that's probably not any big revelation, but who cares if somebody's unpleasant?
He's unpleasant. It's his brand.
Right.
He's done many seasons of a multi-award-winning Golden Globe, Emmy, every award you could think of is because he's an unpleasant person. How unfunny would that show be if he was pleasant? I mean, his unpleasantness, of course, is, you know, manifested on the Seinfeld rerun every night. And if you run into Larry, he's just as unpleasant. He might give you a little bit of a grin, but he doesn't mean it. He doesn't mean it. He's phoning it in.
But at least you get, if you ever do run into him, you know, you're not, sometimes you can really get pulled into a conversation that's too long. He's the other end of the spectrum, you know, where it's just a brief acknowledgement and then you go on with your day.
And then he walks away. And so, you know, if I see him, I might say hi, I might not. Sometimes I'm a little coy that way. You know, give him something to think about in the car on the way home.
Right.
But every so often I see him. I saw him. There was a big anniversary party for the improv comedy clubs, and I saw him there. But I gave him the cold shoulder, and he just kept giving me a funny look. And that's a good enough relationship for me. That's kind of the relationship for you out, Larry David. It should have some tension.
Kathy Griffin is coming to the Agora a week from Saturday. Her My Life on the PTSD List, that tour, it's a lot of dates. Cleveland, the Agora, next Saturday night, that's May the 11th. You can go to kathygriffin.com or agoracleveland.com for the details. Are you going to be, you said you're having that surgery midway through the tour. Are you hoping that the back half, you'll maybe, what are you hoping for that vocally, that you'll sound kind of more the way you used to?
Yeah, I think it'll just give me some more resonance. It won't make my voice go back the way it was totally, but it'll probably I don't know, they say it'll give me 25% more voice, something like that. Look, I'll take what I can get, and who knows, science is changing every minute. But the worst part is I'm going to have to go on vocal rest.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, I am not going to do well on vocal rest. I am a talker, and I feel like I have stuff to say. So that is going to be a freaking struggle.
Do you think you'll be able to momentarily downshift into whispering a lot?
I'm not going to be able to downshift it to anything. I had never downshifted in my life, and I'm not starting June 11th.
Yeah, all right. Well, listen, Kathy, I always like catching up with you. You're one of my favorite hometown girls. The show is next Saturday night at the Agora, May the 11th. Kathy Griffin, My Life on the PTSD List. You can go to kathygriffin.com or agoracleveland.com for the details. Good luck in the summertime with the surgery, and
all right.
We'll see you next time.
I'll talk to you after that. All right, doll. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kathy. There's Kathy Griffin. I wasn't prepared for her to sound like that. I forgot that she had lung cancer. It took me a second, but that's okay. A paralyzed vocal cord. Anyway, next Saturday night is that show. I'm going to break here. I'll have those Descendants and Circle Jerk tickets for you. You want to go old school punk, hardcore bands? Descendants, Circle Jerks. Those tickets after the break. And then the last chance today for you to win $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. We'll start it all over again tomorrow, but 5:30 is going to be that last keyword for you coming up.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly clear down to 51. Tomorrow and Thursday, sunny, high both days around 78.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hey, DQ fans, cool off with their new Summer Blizzard treat menu. Try new Picnic Peach Cobbler or snag a perfect beach treat like their new Peanut Butter Cookie Dough Party. The new Summer Blizzard treat menu is one you won't want to miss. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. There are a lot of window companies, yes, and some of those offers sound very, very similar. What I've told people for over 10 years is that the reason you choose Window Nation for your windows in your home, same reason I did to put them in at Casa Cox. It's about paying attention to detail. Window Nation installers, the best. On average, over 10 years experience, they're measuring your windows 3 times to ensure the proper fit, 96% customer satisfaction rating. That means you know they get the job done right the first time. Windows are all these guys do. You could have the best window in the world, and if it's not installed properly, you're out of luck. Right now, they will give you 2 free ones for every 2 you buy. No limit and no payments at all for 24 months. Nothing down, no monthly. 0% interest for 2 years. WindowNation.com, easiest place to schedule your free in-home estimate, or call 866-90-NATION. Windows are made here in Northeast Ohio. Lifetime warranty on your order as well. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. No limit, no payments for 2 years. 866-90-NATION. A call, say Alan Cox told me all about it, or go to WindowNation.com.
Naylor could rip the lid off this place. Swings and drives it deep to right. Gone! They're hysterical at Progressive Field.
Your Cleveland Guardians face the Los Angeles Angels in a 3-game set May 3rd through the 5th. Get a $15 district ticket presented by Miller Lite and catch the weekend's games from the corner bar or drink rails. And the offer even includes your first drink. District tickets are only available at CLEGuardians.com.
What a great atmosphere here tonight.
Hey guys, it's Mary, and the wait is finally over. Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle. This tender, juicy, marinated chicken is grilled fresh daily, tossed in a unique sauce of morita peppers, ground achiote, and a hint of pineapple, then topped with fresh cilantro and lime juice to give you all the flavors of Al Pastor done the Chipotle way. I had it in my go-to quesadilla, dipped that baby in guac, and my God, it was next level. Chipotle's Chicken Al Pastor is only available for a limited time, so get yours today at any Chipotle restaurant or order in the Chipotle app or at chipotle.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at kenganleyauto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Is your family ready to hop in the Blippi Mobile?
Wait, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Road trip!
Whether it's a visit to a vrooming monster truck rally or a dinosaur-filled prehistoric era, Blippi and Mika's road trip is full of interactive sounds, fun facts, songs, games, learnings, and discoveries.
Awesome!
Listen to Blippi and Mika's road trip on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Blippi and Mika's road trip to start listening.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, Northeast Ohio. Your local Northeast Ohio McDonald's owner-operators donated 25 cents from each Shamrock Shake and McFlurry sold from $2.5 to $3.24, raising an incredible $170,245 for Ronald McDonald House Charities. Let's celebrate the power of our community.
Tracy, over to you for weather.
The sun must be shining, Dave, because the 7 for 7 sale is back at Meijer. Mix or match hundreds of items like extra large avocados and mangoes, Kraft macaroni and cheese, and Glass O vitamin water. Pick any 7 for just $7. There's a strong chance of saving with the same quality Meijer deals in-store or online. Back to you, Dave.
Sounds great, Tracy.
Deals so good, you've just got to talk about them. Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke.
Last chance today to take that off the Buzzard bookie. And then we'll get into it again tomorrow morning. Actor Alan Ruck will join us on the show tomorrow around 3 o'clock. He is doing an evening with Alan Ruck at the Agora on Friday night. I will be your host for that. We'll do some Q&A, some conversation. We're going to screen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Of course, he's a graduate of Parma Senior High School, too. So it'll be interesting. I forgot, too. Somebody reminded me of, remember when he crashed his pickup truck across that intersection like a year ago and they couldn't figure out what was going on?
Oh, I forgot
remember
about
that? He was driving like an EV truck or something in L.A.
Yeah.
And everybody was fine. Mm-hmm. And he seemed, I don't know that they got any clarification on that. I'll have to pick his brain about that. But he will be on the show tomorrow. I didn't think about it in the moment, but in the break there, everybody blew me up on the text saying that Kathy Griffin sounded like Jenna from Poland. Because of her vocal cord change, her voice was very, very high. And a couple of people texted me who had come in halfway through the conversation and freaked out. Because, of course, Jenna from Poland passed away a couple months back. We got a very nice card from her mom last week. But that did not occur to me in the moment. But, yeah, that I could see where that would freak you out if you came halfway through. Alan, is Bill going to see the Struts tonight at the House of Blues? Inquiring minds want to know if Bill is going to be at the Struts.
I will not be at the Struts. I love the Struts. That's going to be a great show. I've seen them live a couple times. But I will be at Brothers Lounge in Lakewood at 8 p.m. hosting my show there. Duty calls, bro. Duty calls. I gotta make the masses laugh.
Mary, did you hear him say duty? It's not the.
You guys are so immature.
It's not the masses.
Immature.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like we have people there, but it's not like,
Well, Brothers Lounge has.
It's a great place.
Are they still doing the thing where you're trying to do stand up in the back and there's a jazz band in the front window?
There's no jazz band. They're
okay.
just doing stand up. Had to ask the.
Wait, you're doing it in the window or in the back room?
No, we're in the back room.
Yeah,
we're in the back room, and nobody's in the front window, and then like the other bars just. Like got the TVs on.
Okay.
We watched the Cavs game up front. But last week there was a cook was like blasting some podcast or something, and I went and closed the door, and then he like opens it up again. He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Dude, you're listening to this podcast so loud. I'm just closing the door." And then he's like, "Ooh," and like kind of stomps away, and then the manager goes over and closes the door, and he like comes out again, and he's like, "What?" And like, manager said the door's supposed to be closed, man. I don't know why you're being so confrontational right now, but calm down.
What?
Them kitchen people, they get ornery.
Hey, we were both kitchen people.
I know.
At one point.
I know.
Yeah. And we were ornery then, too.
Yeah. I got a show, and it was interrupting the show.
I'm out here, bro. I'm trying to perform. Mm-hmm. I don't need to hear Andrew Huberman's latest thoughts on reversing aging. What's that?
I said he's trying to entertain the masses.
With whatever he's listening to?
No, Bill is.
Maybe that guy was trying to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And why blast it rather than have like an earbud?
That's what I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe he knew you were coming.
I don't know.
Maybe he's trying to get one over on you.
Yeah.
Now let's compare and contrast. You did a show at Garage Bar this past weekend.
Yeah.
Where they have, according to you, objectively hot bartenders.
Sure do.
Do they have those at Brothers Lounge?
Sure do.
Okay.
Rachel and Billy.
There you go. You know them by name.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. I know the names of the people at where I do the shows, yeah.
Yeah, but did you know the names of the girls at Garage Bar?
Most of them.
Most of them.
Because there was...
more than two.
More than two. There's Faith, who is a bartender and general manager there.
Met her, yep.
And then Morgan was serving.
Met her.
Taylor was...
Didn't meet her.
I've met her because she used to work at the Odeon and does some photography for bands and stuff. So I've met her a few times outside of there. And then what's the other one? Oh, her brother is a big fan, and I signed a poster. I can't remember. Sheila, I think. She's a redhead.
I had a guy riding by...
but they were all great.
I had a guy riding by my house with his wife and children, all bike riding. And he yelled out, "Hate the show."
Nice.
I'm like raking, or I'm doing something in the front yard. So this past Saturday, and this seems really stupid, but it kind of cracked me up at the time. This past Saturday, I'm mowing the lawn. I'm in the front. I'm mowing the front lawn, and there's a guy and his wife. They're neighbors from up the street. I don't know them, but I know them to see them. And they're both walking. They're each walking a small dog. And the one that the guy was walking veers off into like my tree, you know, the part of my lawn on the other side of the sidewalk closest to the road. And the dog starts taking a dump. And
Nice.
I don't. And so just as I'm mowing, as the dog's taking a dump, I turn my back as I'm mowing the other way in the lawn. And as I turn around, I notice that the guy and his wife are gone. And I'm like, there's
still there?
There's no way that was too little time for him to pick up that dump. So I'm like, because I was literally right there mowing. So I'm like across the sidewalk from them. And I'm thinking, they walked away and left that dump. Now, it's not the end of the world. I would have gone over and gotten it later on. But I wonder if he was ready to walk and the wife was like, no, because he's right there. Because the guy, like 30 seconds later, walks back with walks back with a bag.
Maybe they didn't have a bag.
She had a bag.
Oh, she had a bag.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
She didn't pick it up with her bare hands. So I'm curious what that conversation
That is
was.
interesting.
You know? Now, I could be speculating wildly. It might have been nothing. But when I turned around, I was like, there's no way he picked that up. And sure enough, he didn't. Because if you each are walking a dog, you're not going to both carry bags. That makes sense. One of you is going to have the bags. You know, our dog's, the little bag thing is on the leash. But I'm like, I wonder if he just wanted to walk. Because there are people who don't curb their dogs. There are people who are like,
terrible people.
Well,
you're a bad person.
People who go, well, it's good for the grass or whatever. No, you're just lazy.
Fertilizer.
Right. You're just lazy. You know, two things can be true. And so I was like, they're going to leave that poop there. And again, these were small dogs. It's not like they left some giant heater. But about 30 seconds later, the wife walks back with a bag and kind of sheepishly reaches over, picks it up. And I'm like, I wonder if the husband was grumbling that she did that. Just leave it. It's fine.
Just leave it for Alan.
It's fine.
I know who that is.
Well, they don't know me. I don't think they knew. No, they were a little bit
they
older.
know.
I guarantee they didn't know who I was. But
mean anything.
you know, you don't have to know who somebody is. I'm a big, big believer in curbing your dog. As somebody who
especially when you live in the neighborhood, like it's
especially like if you've ever had a dog in the city, right,
Mm-hmm.
where there's not a lot of green space.
Yep.
I mean, I was walking back from. God, where was I? I must have been the other day walking back from Heinen's to here, so just to the east side there on 9th. And the giant grate that is in front of our building here, huge pile of poop.
That was probably human.
It probably was human. That's what I assumed.
When I was walking back from the Astro, because we walked over, I saw some logs, and I'm like, those are human logs. I can tell.
Human logs.
Human logs.
Yeah. Because you can just kind of tell if it's a human log. I don't know how you can tell because there are big dogs walking around.
Right.
Big dogs drop big logs. But so do...
Ooh, get that shirt for your mom.
Hey, I figured it out.
For Mother's Day. Big dogs drop big logs, and I'm a big dog.
I'll spell it D-A-W-G and L-A-W-G. Happy Mother's Day.
She'll be so impressed.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, still at 52 years old, impress my mother.
Mm-hmm. Just don't get fat.
I can't. No, I can't get fat.
Your
My
mom
mother
won't
will
love
look at
you
me
anymore.
and she'll say, what happened?
Uh-huh.
You need to take better care of yourself. Somebody emailed me and said, what?
I was son, have you been eating a half a bagel?
Alan, you guys are talking about therapy. I am a school therapist. Where I work, therapy for the students is free. But it's definitely the attitude that Mary's family had, and unfortunately that stigma still exists. You were talking about how if you were that kid in school.
That you're weird, or if they're going to ruin the family name, or like, we can't be the family that has a kid in therapy.
I love the people who think that their family name can be ruined, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're not pillars of the community, right? You're going to ruin our family name.
Or like they're just embarrassed by it.
Yeah, right.
That they have a kid who needs that. I had my first therapy session here today.
Oh, yeah?
Well, that's what else this person said, is he said, I hope, Mary's office said they're going to give her the best fit, but they're probably booked solid out there, and they're going to give her whoever has openings, which are invariably the new people in the office. So hopefully she does get her best fit.
Well, that is not what happened. So, not that it wasn't a best fit, but they made it sound like, oh, today's your intake, you'll answer your questions, and then we'll fit you with a therapist.
Right.
But I answered the questions with a therapist. And she is this, like, older, probably in her, if I had to guess, she looks great, but based on what she told me, she's probably in her 60s. She is an old Nigerian woman with a very thick accent. And I don't know if you've ever tried to complain to an immigrant before about what your problems are.
Hey, nobody told her to be a therapist.
I know that. But
She's got to bring herself down to your level.
Yeah, she said her
Was she
youngest...
one-upping you?
No, she wasn't. She
Okay.
wasn't.
When I was a girl in Lagos,
yes,
I had no feet.
I was self-conscious about it. I had to grow my own feet. Yeah.
I know you're sad about your life. It reminds me of when I lived in a place full of rape and AIDS.
Yeah, dude, for real.
Imagine watching your family be macheted.
It did make me a little
voice
like,
is fun.
Like she's gonna think I'm the worst, But then I was also like, I also don't even know if her life was bad in Nigeria. You know what
she
I mean?
might have
Like,
been born.
Oh,
was she?
Life.
Do you know she was born there?
Yes.
Okay.
And she came here, and
she could have come here when she was 5.
Yeah, her youngest son just graduated college.
Mhm.
So I mean, I would have guessed her at like 40, but I'm like, that would make her youngest son 22. So she's probably, I would at least in her 50s. But yeah, she was funny. We were like cracking jokes, but like, and also talking about serious things, right? So she's like, kind of like, why are you here? What do you want to accomplish? That kind of stuff. And I was giving her the rundown, which in succession, my life blows, dude. It's like when you put it, and I'm like, I'm in recovery. My dad is dead. My mom was a hoarder. My ex-fiance cheated on me with someone very close to me, my best friend. I have trust issues. I moved out of state. I'm trying to do a long-distance relationship. I'm trying to quit gambling. Like I'm doing all these things. I'm like, man, on paper, this is not.
But you're following your dreams.
This is not looking great. But
well, you wouldn't be there if you were well-adjusted.
She made a joke that made me laugh so hard because she asked me what kind of if I was on any medications, like during the intake questions. And I was like, yeah, I'm on Lexapro. And she goes, for depression. I said, no, for anxiety. And she goes, oh, anxiety too. And I was like, yeah, I was having, after my father died, because I explained that because I'm quitting gambling, my dad and I used to gamble together, right? So I said I got on the Lexapro after my dad died because I was having panic attacks. And she goes, because you knew you could not gamble again. And I was like, oh, you bitch. Like, you got me. She was like, you're worried about
This isn't her first rodeo.
Yeah, I liked it, though. I was like, I love this. Like, I love that this
So you
is
like
kind
her.
of, yes. I was like, I like that she has kind of a sarcastic approach to it. And that made me laugh hard. I was like, I felt more connected to her in one session than I felt to my last therapist in 2 years.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's great.
Like, for real. Like, because she was like.
Is she going to be your therapist, or is she still going to match you up?
She said that. She was like, so we can continue to see each other, or I can suggest you to somebody else, like whatever you feel comfortable with. And I was like, no, I like you. I think we got like a good little thing going here,
Could you do me a small favor?
Yes.
Could you ask her next time you have a session if any of her relatives are the ones that have been emailing me telling me that I've come into a substantial amount of money?
I'll find out.
Because I've been getting a lot. I mean, very deftly, if you could do that. I certainly don't want to ruffle any feathers, but I would really like to get to the bottom of this. Because, boy, I really keep getting disappointed with these emails that I'm getting.
Yeah. I'll ask. I'll let her know. I'll be like, hey, my boss wants to know if
my boss.
if you
God is
have
your boss,
any-
Mary.
If you have any brothers that are
co-pilot.
princes and still in Nigeria. No, she's very sweet. She's kind. She's funny. She
Does she got big jugs?
giant.
Nice.
Huge boobs. She's tall, dude. She's probably 6 foot tall. But she is an imposing woman. She's a big lady. Big giant boobs. She's really pretty.
Boobs.
Yeah, she's kind of funny, and I liked that. I liked that either she's always like that and has probably pissed some people off, or she picked up on like me cracking jokes and was like, "Oh, okay, I'm comfortable to do this too." But
Well, good.
yeah. And I also wondered if that was from her being an immigrant. That I was like, she probably has a sick sense of humor. Like that she thinks like some of these things are hilarious, you know? But yeah, it was good. It was good.
Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. A last chance today to grab this cash in the Buzzard bookie. So I hope that you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, I tried to sue a former employer for reverse racial discrimination. I'm white, but I needed the backing of the EEOC, and I had to explain to a black lady who worked there how I was discriminated against, and it was my cringiest moment ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh. I had a college professor from Burkina Faso. She and her husband moved here because he was on a hit list, so nothing fazed her. Easy to deal with loud frat boys when most of her family had been hacked to death.
See, I don't know if her story's like, we didn't talk much about her,
Right.
obviously. But, I had to ask her to repeat herself a couple times on, like, certain words or whatever, and she, like, apologized and was like, I'm sorry, I know my accent's thick. And I asked her where she was from, and she said Nigeria. And, she came here and has 2 sons. And we just brief little background, but I don't know if she has that kind of a sob story or not.
Well, and that's also that when you talk about immigrants and the countries that they come from, and especially a lot of people who have come from like sub-Saharan Africa and places like that. Those are the conversations that are tough to have with kids who are in college, kind of tied into these campus protests, which are being handled completely the wrong way, but that's another situation. When you talk to kids in college who are trying to kind of become stewards of their place in the world, but don't really know history, and you talk to a kid who tries to convince you that this is the worst country that there has ever been, right?
Right.
And you go, hey, go talk to that woman from Burkina Faso and see if she agrees with you. All those people who came here. I was reading about the guy who won the Powerball in Oregon, and you cannot stay anonymous in Oregon. This was one of the biggest Powerballs ever. This guy won $1.3 billion. And he's an immigrant from Laos who has had cancer for 8 years. And they were running out of money for his chemo. He's a 46-year-old guy in Portland. And he and his wife are taking half of the money, and the rest is going to a friend who had chipped in $100 to buy a batch of tickets with them. So think about that. The other guy gets the other half of the money. And they're like, what are you going to do? And he goes, I'm just hoping to get find a good doctor for myself.
Yeah.
That is the most American thing.
What are you going to do with your lottery winnings?
Try and get a good doctor.
Yeah.
Try and get health care.
Chang Isafan of Portland goes by Charlie. He's a Laotian immigrant who's been here since the early 90s, about 30 years. And he's like, I have 2 young kids, and I'm wondering, how long will I live, and how am I going to spend any of this money? And so he won. You have a door open, Mary?
Nope, my door's closed.
Our door's closed.
What's that noise coming from?
I don't know.
You have people outside your door?
No, I just went and looked. There's nothing
Really?
going on.
But do you hear that?
I hear
I
it.
heard it. Yeah, I definitely heard it.
I don't know where
Okay.
it's coming from.
But there's no one here.
Because we don't have anybody else potted up, right? Like, I know we got
Maybe it's thigh. Is it thigh mule? I don't see. The trouble with these boards now is I have to remember when you have it potted all the way down, you don't really have it all the way down. It still bleeds.
You got to mute.
I got to turn the pot off. Are you there? Thigh mule called me, and I didn't know if that was probably what we heard in the background. All right. Well, anyway, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie was repeatedly stalling the mower because his lawn was too thick.
My neighbor, lawn expert neighbor, comes over and goes, if you raise the deck, it'll be easier. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to do that.
Imagine it's like a Sunday afternoon and you hear Charlie out there starting and stopping over and over and over again. Probably just want to try to give you a little friendly advice, but I don't know. Charlie was like Doogie. Can't tell Doogie anything.
Can't tell you anything. Rover, if somebody came and told you how to do something.
Don't want to hear it. You do not want to hear it. You are full of it, Charlie.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like Classic Hard Rock. Just search Classic Hard Rock and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Looking for some brunch? Blue Heron Brewery in Medina, just off 71 South and 18, has brunch Saturdays and Sundays from 11 to 2. When you go, you got to get yourself a Hail Mary with local Medina vodka, Voodoo. These Hail Marys have a whole meal on top. Reserve your spot now at BlueHeronMedina.com.
I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin? I know it's going to be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and moisturizes deep into my skin with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash for glowing skin in just 14 days.
Is your family ready to hop in the Blippi Mobile?
Wait, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Road trip!
Whether it's a visit to a vrooming monster truck rally or a dinosaur-filled prehistoric era, Blippi and Mika's road trip is full of interactive sounds, fun facts, songs, games, learnings, and discoveries.
Awesome!
Listen to Blippi and Mika's road trip on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Blippi and Mika's road trip to start listening.
In this week's Marketers Report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hey, it's Rover for Northeast Factory Direct. For more than 20 years, they've offered low-price furniture, cabinets, flooring, and more from their warehouse-style stores. Now, the owner, Alex, has decided to manufacture his own cabinet and flooring line with exactly the same high-quality features they've always offered, without the middleman. That means even lower prices, a larger inventory, and faster delivery. You don't have to wait weeks or months to start your kitchen remodel. They have 1 million square feet packed with inventory right now. Cleveland, Euclid, Macedonia, North Canton, or online at NortheastFactoryDirect.com.
It's time to electrify your excitement for NBA playoff action with BetMGM. Want to boost your odds on your next NBA playoff wager? Just log in to your BetMGM account today to receive an Odds Boost token for playoff hoops action. Then, place a wager on any NBA playoff matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score up to 50% more winnings. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every playoff showdown. Enjoy BetMGM's exclusive offers on the biggest playoff games and try betting features like Same Game Parlay Plus. There's never been a better time to tap into postseason thrills with the king of sportsbooks. Claim your odds-boosted token today and turn up the heat at BetMGM, an authorized gaming operator of the NBA. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Must be 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Tired of overpaying for wireless with Verizon? Now you can put T-Mobile to the test for free. T-Mobile's Network Pass lets you test drive America's largest 5G network for 3 months while you keep your current phone and carrier. Get real-time stats and see how T-Mobile's coverage stacks up against Verizon. Plus, families and small businesses can save up to 20% versus Verizon when they switch. At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose between a great network and a great price. You get both. See for yourself with our no-strings-attached 3-month free trial. Download the T-Mobile app to get started today or visit our store to learn more.
One trial per user. Compatible unlocked 5G device required. Plan savings with T-Mobile third line free on Essentials or Go 5G Plus via monthly bill credits versus comparable available plans. Plan features and taxes and fees may vary. Credits stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. See details at T-Mobile.com.
What's better than a Tuesday? Well, pretty much everything. But now KFC has $10 Tuesdays, which means you can get 8 hot, juicy drums and thighs for just $10. Son of a bucket, that's a good deal. It's also a pretty simple one, so we've got time to repeat it again. $10, 8 drums and thighs from Kentucky Fried Chicken on Tuesdays. It's $10 every Tuesday at KFC. $10 Tuesdays. Okay, I think you get it. It's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Looking for some easy ways to save energy this season?
Yeah.
Clean your dryer vent. It saves energy and helps your dryer last longer.
Oh, I can do that.
Swap out HVAC filters to keep equipment running efficiently.
Oh, I can do that.
Choose Energy Star for efficient, high-performance appliances.
Oh, I can do that too.
Get more tips from Ohio Edison and the Illuminating Company at EnergySaveOhio.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Select your vehicle, arrange financing, value your trade-in, and get our lowest price. With 28 brands and 52 locations, we've got a vehicle for every budget. Get it all at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
The General is back at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Get-Go's fan-favorite sub, made with juicy chicken tenders and sweet and tangy General Tso's sauce, topped with crispy spring rolls, spicy sriracha, served on their signature bread. Get the General for a limited time only at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if your child suffered a serious birth injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. A traffic collision reported on the Turnpike West I-80 after Route 10 480, tying up traffic in Strongsville, Albion at Idlewood Trail, in Westlake, Bradley Road at Hilliard Road. The accident's cleared East 30th and Chester, as well as Opportunity Corridor West at Kinsman. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
In celebration of Conrad's 55th anniversary, bundle and save and get up to $325 off for select Goodyear tires. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road. Proud partner of the Cleveland Guardians.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show. Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys? 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Feels like it should be later in the week. I know Tuesday doesn't have a feel. Wednesday has a feel. Monday has a feel. Friday has a feel.
Every day's got a feel for me.
Tuesday has no feel.
I got a feel.
Everybody's got a feel for what?
Every day's got a feel for me.
How so? Because you have shows. You
I have
like
shows and then
signposts.
Yeah. So like that's. So.
I mean, you don't have a show.
Tuesdays-
It's not like you have a show tonight.
Oh, I do actually have. one.
Oh,
It's,
you do?
It's at Brothers Lounge at 8 p.m.
Oh.
It's a free show too.
I was going to say
And then
that
we're
must
gonna-
cost a fortune to get in there.
We are gonna it never does. We are gonna do a taping in a couple weeks for different local comics. I'll have more information on that next week. But tonight is free. It's at 8 p.m. It's at Brothers Lounge in Lakewood, where Cleveland and Lakewood kiss. As Alan likes to say. I watched that Ugliest Shows in America with Grandma last night.
Yeah, I had a handful of people text me that they watched it.
It's
their new favorite
It's
show.
a fun show.
Yeah.
It's a really fun show, and it's episodes are like 20 minutes, so
Yeah.
it's like they fly by. We watched all the new season.
Did she like it? Was there plenty for her to complain about?
Oh yeah,
And-
she just keeps scoffing and goes, "Ugh, that's so ugly." I'm like, "That's the point of the show, Grandma." And she's
Right.
She's like, "Why would anybody?" I'm like, "Nobody wants any of this stuff." That's it. And then she's
And that's
also
not
like,
even her. That's not even her being over the top.
No,
but
not
that's
at
the
all.
reaction that everyone
That
has.
it's- yeah. And she's just like, 150,000 ain't gonna do anything for some of these houses,
Right.
Like that, the one that's in Paynesville with the
11 bedrooms.
11 bedrooms
Yeah.
and 4 kitchens, and just needs so much work. So like, I'm pulling for him because that isn't like really. I didn't think the house was actually that ugly. I thought the dome and the A-frame
It was
worked
cool.
together was pretty cool, and it has a lot of potential. But the interior is garbage.
I just
They have
don't
a
know
lot
why
of work to
anybody
do.
would buy a house that big unless they were like, oh, this will be an investment or this is our forever house. We've got the next 30 years to fix it up.
Yeah,
But
we went back and watched season 1 too as well, and we were watching the first episode where the lady's got the house where the guy's got the Neptune house.
Yeah.
Where
the giant statue in the front
giant
yard.
statue of
yeah.
Neptune in the front, and then you walk in and there's like blue walls with fish mounted everywhere, and then one room's like Machu Picchu.
It's all nautical themed. And
It's just somebody had millions of dollars. Like, this is what I want, and that's what I'm getting, and it's just real bad, but it's very
Fun show.
entertaining, very fun.
Yeah.
And then at one point, Grandma goes, she kind of said something crappy about Retta. She's like,
really?
She's like, is she gonna fit through that?
Oh no! Well, there are some tight squeezes in those
Yeah.
houses, but she's not going through those.
She's
you know?
walking outside.
She's poking her head in, and yeah.
She was I don't think she said that. I think she said something like, "Is she big enough?" Like,
Retta's a big
something.
girl.
Yeah, she's a big girl. I was like, Grandma,
But
let
she
Retta be
dresses
Retta.
well.
She dresses well, and she's funny. and
Yeah, she's great.
I'm a fan of that show. So that can be Grandma and I's show for a while.
Yeah,
so
there
we
you
get all
go.
Caught up.
Yep. Until they make another season of Poldark.
That show's done. No, Grandma's show that she was digging was one of those procedurals,
like Code Blue or something.
Yeah, one of those.
They're British. They're on Acorn,
like
right?
Chicago Fire or something like that.
Oh,
No, she has
okay.
like a more American one, but she was really, I can't remember which one it was, but she's like, and it's so realistic and it's just so invigorating, and I'm like, these shows are actually really over the top sometimes, but hey,
All right.
makes her happy. She likes it. She likes a good.
You should tell her to
based on a
watch.
true story type of show.
You should tell her to watch Wallander.
Okay.
That's like a British cop show. It's a few years old. I don't think it's on.
Oh,
any-
she might have already watched it. If it's on
with Kenneth Branagh.
She might have watched it already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that stuff.
Yep.
Okay, Thigh Mule is back. Hello.
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Good. I just wanted to call, and I heard a rumor that somebody was very unprofessional with the way they handled their dog's excrement. That's accurate?
I wouldn't even say unprofessional. I was just waiting to see how the situation was going to resolve itself, and it did. And so, no harm, no foul. But there was a second there where I wasn't sure what the hell was going on.
Well, it sounds like that, they might have displayed some unprofessionalism initially, but I wanted to call. I have one more thing to get off my chest after, but I wanted to call and assure you that I don't know where you live, and I don't want to know where you live, but if I did and I was keen on letting my dog do his business on your lawn, I would not only stop and pick it up, but I would also resod the greens as if I was Tiger Woods at Augusta.
Oh, good for you.
Thigh Mule will be out there filling in the divots, is what he's.
100%. Shout out to Mr. Divots in North Royalton, too, for all your driving range needs. On another note, though, I also, on the topic of professionalism, I'm currently heading down to the epicenter of Cleveland, Ohio, where our Cleveland Cavaliers are playing tonight, and I would just like everybody to have a warm and convivial feeling about tonight. Let's let the Cavaliers, Donovan Mitchell, JB, professional Bickerstaff is actually his middle name, to get a win in a professional manner. Calm, cool, collected. If their palms are sweaty, let the moisture palm the ball to the professional basket, and we're going to win tonight.
What the hell is he talking about?
They say professional.
What is he
He's a professional guy.
He's a professional guy. Do you have good professional seats at the game?
I think they're decent. Normally, I'm the one inviting everybody to my season tickets, and tonight my friend was actually very professional and invited me. So, usually I'm the guy with the tickets, and tonight, very professional.
Oh, you've got season tickets.
I do. I'm a
look at this
loyalist.
guy.
Are you going to be
very loyal to his city? I'm a great value Bill Squire when it comes to Cleveland.
I mean, I tried to buy season tickets.
I'm already the great value Bill Squire, dude.
I went to buy Cavs season tickets one year, and they said, well, the only season we have available is summer.
Hey, not very professional.
Hey, maybe LeBron James will make a return, and maybe the price will skyrocket. So my best advice would be to lock in now. That's just, on a professional note.
Yeah, lock in now. Okay.
Are you going to be imbibing in any beverages professionally?
No, actually, Thy Mule is actually a sober guy. He
that's
goes
actually
tit
very
for tat when
professional.
he wants to. It is very professional. But currently, I'm on. Not that there was ever any issues that really needed addressed, but currently, for weight and health and the complexion of my skin, as well as professionalism, I'm kind of off the sauce for a while. So, in the spirit of victory, if the Cavs players are drinking water and Gatorade, I want to keep with the times. It's the most professional way
Never
to do
forget, it's okay to baptize a baby in Gatorade.
Wow, I don't even have a response to that.
Yeah, that's all right. It doesn't require one. Okay, thank you, Thigh Mule. Appreciate it. How about the Nuggets knocking the Lakers out? Speaking of LeBron.
I know, it made Justin Bieber cry.
Man, yep. My mom's quite pleased. Maybe I'll get my mom a Jokic jersey.
There
for
you
Mother's
go.
Day.
Get her the city edition one.
City edition, yeah. Nuggets going to play the T-Wolves coming up. I was reading a thing. The Lakers are open to drafting Bronny James to keep LeBron. Wow. The ultimate Nepo baby. How'd you like that? Hey, how'd you get your gig? They really didn't want my dad to leave, so they brought me on. They got me riding the pine. Yeah, well. Was there any thought that tonight was your last game with the Lakers? LeBron didn't want to answer that. Wanted nothing to do with it.
Your last game with the Lakers? I'm not going to answer that.
Well, yep. Okay. Good. I mean, good for them. We'll see what happens. But listen, what are you going to do?
Let's talk about the players that are still in the playoffs, not the ones that are out.
Yeah,
that's how
like
I
the
feel.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. They're going to do a professional
maybe
job
three
tonight.
more games. You never know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, good for them.
Maybe more. Maybe they'll make it to the next round and play the Celtics.
NBC is ready to shell out massive cash to wrest the NBA away from TNT. Are you ready for all these letters? NBC wants NBA from TNT. Yeah.
You know what that means.
They're going to pay $2.5 billion a year for the NBA rights.
Could we please listen to a classic song by one Jonathan Tesh called Round Ball Rock?
Oh, yeah.
Which was the theme of the NBA on NBC.
Yeah. Was that on NBC?
That was the NBA on
So it'd be
NBC.
going back to NBC.
Yes. And then perhaps we could indulge in the little-known behind-the-scenes clip where Dave Tesh and his brother...
From SNL?
Yeah, John Tesh and Dave Tesh were working on it.
I recognize this.
It's awesome.
Yeah, of course. John Tesh he did the Tour de France music. He did Round Ball Rock. He did, heavy duty, boy. That's a good song there, right?
You know what I think it needs, though? I think it needs lyrics.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me find those lyrics for you.
All right.
Round ball rock.
I just think that it's.
There he is, Mr. Entertainment tonight.
It's about basketball.
Yeah.
And then take the little hammers out that they brought with them.
Ah, boy.
That's a fun sketch.
Yeah,
it's a fun
good
one.
times.
It's a good one. Mary, stop laughing so hard.
Hilarious. I love him. He's so good. He's so good at comedy.
Mary's just mad because Alan and I had stories about getting recognized, and Mary didn't have any because she's not in Cleveland anymore.
No, nobody knows who the hell I am.
Mhm.
Although one guy did come to my show last night on purpose, so that was pretty cool.
Wait a minute. Do people usually come by accident?
Like, he came specifically to see me.
Oh,
on,
yeah.
Like a showcase lineup.
Yeah,
there's
that's nice.
Eight or nine people on the lineup, and he specifically came to see me. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yes.
And because
He goes, "You're the hillbilly bougie lady."
He had seen me in New York before, not because he was a transplant, which was
Oh, so that's you're
already
building
getting a local
base out
fan
there.
base.
I have a guy who comes to shows alone. who's
Oh no,
interested in
you got
my
a stalker.
Oh, that's not a fan, Mary.
He seems nice.
Does he just drink water and glower at you the whole show?
Did you finish Baby Reindeer? This is how it starts.
I did see Baby Reindeer.
Yeah, I watched Baby Reindeer over the weekend. That was a great show.
That's intense.
Weirdo, right?
It's real weird, but it's also like I wasn't expecting all the SA stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like
I don't think anybody was.
Yeah, and the way they framed it all, like it was really, I would say a very realistic look at things like that. But
By fame.
His story.
well, fame and sexual assault, and just like how, and then also just like the dependency that you get on, just how you react to it is not how people think that you would react to
People who return to their abusers.
Yes.
Yeah. Wild show, though. They're saying that guy should get an Emmy for that monologue when he's on stage and breaks down and tells everybody, completely bombs at the comedy festival. But
The stalker, did you see she's like, the real life stalker's like speaking out and trying to sue him for defamation?
Well, yeah, because he was telling people, hey, because of the internet, he's like, the point of this is not that the internet sleuths find this woman.
Yeah.
So he was trying to get people like off the scent. But yeah, then the woman, who, if you read her quotes, sounds like he depicted her pretty accurately, because she sounds not all there. But yeah, she is considerably older than him. That was the one thing he changed in that show. But I think the rest of it's pretty spot on. Somebody left me a nice message on the After Hours line, or on the talkback button, sorry.
Holy Christ, I'm catching up on yesterday's wine fest. Oh, I don't like feeling full. I don't like eating. Here's the fix. Easy for you, easy for everybody else. Just die, you insufferable prick.
Now.
Kind of sounds like Stansberry.
First of all, I don't whine. I wasn't whining. I was explaining.
Oh, I don't whine. I wasn't whining.
I'm not even a whiner. My name's Alan, and I'm not whining.
Yeah.
Second of all.
Boy, people take it personally when you talk about food.
Yeah.
And I don't know
People
why.
take it personally when you talk about weight in general.
Well, but I don't know why.
Because it makes them feel self-conscious.
Well, how does that make me a prick?
It doesn't.
I know. But why does he think that makes me a prick?
I'm not him.
Oh, Mary, I beg to differ.
You think I'm him? That was actually me calling.
I don't know. I think that was Kathy Griffin calling me back. Changing her voice again. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, well, you like what you like and you don't like what you don't like. But
what I like? Round Ball Rock.
That is a good song.
It's a great song.
I have a John Tesh CD somewhere in one of my old road cases.
Watching John Tesh, a weird YouTube hole that I've gone down before is watching John Tesh live performing that song.
Sudeikis nailed him.
Oh, yeah.
Performing because he's like thrashing around.
In the vest.
Yeah. But you also got to give it up to him.
No.
Well, John Tesh was doing like Red Rocks and stuff like
John
that.
Tesh he's a great musician.
Didn't he have a radio show?
Yeah, he did have a radio show because he'd like give you like little facts and be like
info for your life or whatever.
Yeah.
Is it still on?
I think it is. He's like a male Delilah.
Yeah, it's on. I feel like I've heard that when I'm driving through the middle of the country at 1 a.m.
Yes.
It's like the John Tesh radio program. He's like, Did you know?
It's just
that
rip
your
and read
pillow-
content,
Yeah.
right? But no, back in the day, like when I was a kid, I knew him from Entertainment Tonight, and then, but people didn't realize that he was already like a composer, a musician. And so they were like, oh, Frankenstein from E.T. is trying to be a rock star or whatever, because the guy's like 9 feet tall.
Yeah.
He married Connie Selica, who's super cute. And he was like, no, I've been doing this for a long time. And then he had like full-on theme songs under his belt, right? Like he would get, people would have him compose
But
songs.
it's amazing that people would go to see him live to watch him play theme songs.
Because there's no singer.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just instrumental.
Instrumentals.
I mean, people who like guitar players do it. We had those Satriani and Steve Vai tickets. That's all instrumental.
Right, but those are instrumental, but those are like the songs that are just like, you put, it's not like, what other songs has he composed?
John Tesh?
Yeah.
Step by step.
He did all the Tour de France music.
There you go.
He did,
play a Tour de France song.
right. He did.
No Round Ball Rock.
He did music from movies. He did
Family Matters.
Sax on the Beach.
Oh.
Family Matters. What?
Yeah.
He did.
No, they're not.
Everywhere
those don't have lyrics, yeah. No, actually, a lot of those are by Alan Thicke.
Yeah, they are. Growing Pains.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I think Alan Thicke did do Step by Step.
Did he?
Step by step, day by day.
And John Tesh has like a number of Christmas albums.
Mm-hmm.
Different way.
I don't see Round Ball Rock on any of his live albums, though. Red Rock's platinum. God is my rock.
I just
Lord
saw
have
it-
mercy. He and Connie Selica are like big time like Jesus people too. So, but he's a talented dude, boy.
And he's so tall.
Very tall. Yeah, I don't see Round Ball Rock. He's got an album called Awesome God.
Our God is an awesome God, he reigns.
He's got an album called Worship God, Prayer 101. I'm starting to sense a pattern here. But I'm sure I have for past production purposes, I'm sure I've got a John Tesh CD somewhere. Okay. Sax by the Fire. How about that? I got a break here. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192 to do that. Guardians baseball tonight. Cavs you're going to hear on TAM. Guardians here on the Buzzard. They start up in Houston against the Astros tonight. That is an 8:10 first pitch on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio